this morning? Oh, we got such a good crowd. I want you to give yourselves a hand. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you, mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you are going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what? Anybody else? 17. Oh, you're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, babe? 12. Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on Miss Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? is to make sure everybody has got their imagination turned on. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh, hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money. I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to? What else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old. And there's so many things in here that will help our imagination. Jesse, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. It'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Walk it. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front of you. What if music could be hailed? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy. But he uses his new friend, his new keyboard. All right? So you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh. What if leaves were fish? Shoo. Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! That be funny? That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. It's an elephant. Yeah. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the clouds? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi. You say, hey, ant, You are great listeners. I love it, I love it, I love it. Well, Jesse, did you have fun making those sounds? You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand out in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're going to make 100. You ready? Hold your hand in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? We did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, oh, my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay. I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? It's all of them? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Woo. Who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Woo. That's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us. Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. Looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess. Who else you got?
I see a guy that says my dad on his shirt.
My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Yeah. Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stand right here. All right, Jess. We need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay. Come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right. Stand right here, baby. Stand right there. All right. Who else, Jess? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's blonde? Oh, I see ya. Come here, big man. Come here and help me stand. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh.
The girl in the pink shirt and stuff.
The one that's looking back right now. In the, right here, baby. You, sweetie, come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Holy rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, "You ain't gonna paint no more." She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he?
What's your name?
Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high, but I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me, so I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now y'all don't faint, cause I ran out of paint, and I really ain't gonna paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning And she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class, and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never-before-opened paints because, you know, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots. And she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show. And they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper and she said, huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music. While you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. Here goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you got to hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. How are you? All right, let's put this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I think I know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me. Oh, Varmint.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
That's my Miss Donna! Hi, friend. Oh, yeah. How are you, Miss
I
Donna?
am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie, isn't that neat?
Get out. They came on well to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. Well, how you been right there?
I've been doing
my goodness.
And wait, you're really gonna get this one.
What?
I got married. Can you believe that? Get up here.
Miss Donner,
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there. Uh-huh.
I'm sure
Now
you'll
you
find
said,
someone else.
you said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
Would you guys like to go driving in your car today?
Oh, let me get my stuff together, all right?
Friends together,
All
and
right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right, we're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. So I'm going to go right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out.
Get a car seat. Come play artist. Come on, you can come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there. What do you
on. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. You know all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a
always
scarf
see
right there.
scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on every
Like this right there?
I've got my scarf round my nose.
Easy now, easy now.
I've got my sunglasses
Geez, hard right there.
on. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
Uh-oh. We hit a bump. Uh-oh.
Driving in my car.
We hit a bump.
You know that sun's really, really hot.
Ooh, it's
Hat
hot.
on our heads, you know. It'll keep the
Let's
sun
take
out of our
it
eyes.
right
It's so hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back.
Miss Florida, tell me about it.
Oh, Miss Lorna rocks with. What's wrong with her hair, Miss? What? Now that'll work right there. Okay, well I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think I job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What do you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some more music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Sing it, Dad. Sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. I see it right now. I'm in a music video, ain't I? Y'all just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Keep your bottom off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving in our car. One more time.
Don't hit in the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Hey, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out and get Whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool? Put on our
Put them sunglasses. Yep.
I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car,
Woo,
driving
we
far.
cool. Look at us.
Driving in my car. I'm driving in my
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up.
fly out.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. They fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, mate.
I'm driving in my car, driving
Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, the sun is really,
It's
really
hot.
Let's put a hat on our heads and it'll keep the sun out of our eyes.
Yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my
He's on the airs right there, Miss
I've
Hunter.
got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car,
You're too cool.
driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch
What you need?
all
Oh,
movies.
my
People
doggy.
always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to them.
Well, he worked. Me and the poodle. That worked. How's that?
Everybody ready?
Ain't it cute?
I've got my little dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in
Here we go.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really
Music.
cool music that we could boogie to. Let's put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner right there, Miss Donner.
Oh, that is so
That's
cool.
good.
Can you
Look,
dig
pretty
it?
much.
Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
What's the hole?
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off, can't we? All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came out right there.
I know friends, I have to let you know
Yes, sir.
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah.
I received a letter from Vergne.
That's right, you did. I had to have my piece right there. I did. Yeah.
Okay, Laura, how about
Oh, good job right there. Bye, friends. Bye, Jessie. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister.
I don't know why she didn't hide.
I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
Hi, I'm Vanna White from America's favorite game show, Wheel of Fortune, where people get to solve puzzles for big prizes. Look at this. Another problem solved. Speaking of solutions, stay tuned as the Treehouse detectives use math, science, technology, and a few vowels and consonants to solve their latest mystery in the next exciting episode of the NASA Sci-Files, The Case of the Ocean Odyssey.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is a tide? How are oceans formed? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Are you sure we're in the right place?
I think so. Kaylee told us to meet her at these coordinates.
This is a nice spot. Peaceful, remote, almost idyllic. Perfect for a picnic. Except for that group of people over there. Of course, your GPS might have been wrong. That's why I brought this compass. Let's see, judging by the sun's position...
Hey, Jacob, that's Kaylee and her friends over there.
Exactly. We should meet them right over there.
Hey guys, glad you can make it. Why don't you start cleaning up over there?
I thought we were supposed to be having a picnic.
Yeah, all that paddling made me hungry.
Sorry guys, we have to clean up first, then we can eat.
Then we'll just have to clean up again.
Yeah, but the team that picks up the most trash gets lunch and dessert.
I knew there had to be a catch.
Whoa, this is interesting. Hey guys! Hey guys, come here!
This is really strange. Now let's review the facts. We found 11 pairs of identical shoes on the beach, covered in what we believe to be an oily goo.
You mean oily substance?
Right, an oily substance.
Then we found globs of the oily substance all over the beach.
Sounds like we have ourselves another mystery.
Exactly.
I say we take a few pairs back to the treehouse for further research. Hopefully, we can figure out this mystery and clean up the beach.
And we might even score a cool new pair of shoes in the process. So they're a little waterlogged. They're still stylish, kind of retro.
What are those? We found all these shoes when we were cleaning up the beach. What's all the black stuff on them?
Not sure. But I got my dad to check them out, and he agrees with me. Oily globs of some kind.
This is Ted Toon. We are receiving a lot of calls about shoes on the beach, and they're covered with oily globs. I Am Listening is reporting live from the oceanfront.
Ted, shoes are washing up everywhere here on the beach, but we think we know the source. A ship that just docked in the harbor reports losing a container off the coast of Virginia in a storm a few days ago.
Isn't it unusual to lose a container?
Apparently not. Over 10,000 containers the size of semi-trailers are lost worldwide each year.
Have there been any reports of oil spills?
No, Ted, we have no reports of any spills.
If you have any leads about where the oil might have come from, please contact KSNN.
See, I knew that it was oil.
So if the container fell overboard, how did the shoes get on the beach?
That's easy. I would say if the shoes were lost off the coast, then the tide must have carried them into the beach.
Sounds like a good hypothesis, but we need to check a little more carefully. Remember, it's always important to do research before jumping to conclusions.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
I just found a tidal chart, and it says that it was high tide when we found the shoes. I'm sure that's what carried them in.
Wait a minute. This is strange. Look at this shoe. I bought this same style 2 years ago. If they just fell off the ship, wouldn't they be the latest style? I think we need to bring up the problem board.
Good thinking. Okay, so what do we know?
We know that there are tennis shoes covered in oil washing up on the beach.
And that a cargo ship lost a container of shoes off the coast just a few days ago.
We also know that the shoes were found when the tide was high.
So what do we need to know?
We know that tides brought the shoes onto the beach. We need to speak to someone about tides. Maybe Dr. D can help us find an expert on tides. Kaylee, can you email him?
Print out our Get Up and Go sheets from the website, too. Visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website for lots of great tools to help you in your own investigations.
Wait a minute, we've got a call coming in from Tony.
Isn't he someplace in Florida?
Hi, guys. Guess where I am? I'm staying in Jules Underwater Hotel, the world's only underwater hotel.
What are you talking about?
Right now, I'm 6.4 meters below the surface, training for my future financial adventures.
I'll bet it has something to do with sunken treasure.
How did you know?
Underwater, money, it had to be sunken treasure.
My treasure hunt is going to take many days, so I'm training the same way NASA trains its astronauts for long-term space flight.
Wow, that's really cool.
The confinement, separation, and boredom of space travel are similar to being here in this underwater habitat.
I learned at space camp that you might become more irritable and sensitive to certain noises and odors after you've been confined.
They also say I'll have changes in mood, but I doubt that'll affect me. Mind over matter.
Right. Anyways, while you've been gone, we found a lot of tennis shoes on the beach, and they seem to have oil on them. We need to do some more research. Keep checking in, okay? Bye, Tony.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Look, an email from Dr. D. He wants a couple of us to go meet Dr. Hoffman at Water Country USA in Williamsburg. Dr. Hoffman's an oceanographer doing research at the park. Then he wants us to come see him at the pier on Dock 21DD.
Research at Water Country USA?
I feel like I'm at the ocean.
Except here, the waves are man-made.
Hi, Jacob and Catherine. I'm Dr. Hoffman from Old Dominion University.
Hi. This is a great place to do research.
We've been wondering, what is a tide exactly?
A tide is the regular rise and fall of the surface of the ocean due to the gravitational force of the sun and the moon on our Earth.
We learned that gravity is a force that exists between all objects.
And it makes objects fall to Earth.
That's right. And the bigger the objects and the closer they are to one another, the stronger the gravitational attraction between them.
The sun is much larger than the Earth and the moon, but a lot farther away from the Earth and the moon. So which one causes the tides?
They both do, but the moon plays the bigger role, being about twice as strong as the sun. As the two of them create a gravitational force on the Earth's oceans, it causes the water to move upwards towards the sun and the moon.
And the Earth's gravity holds the water down.
Right, but the tidal forces pull water sideways along the surface of the Earth, and this tug-of-war creates a bulge in the surface of the ocean.
If the moon's influence is stronger than the sun's, then is the bulge bigger beneath the moon?
Yes, and due to the rotational motion of the Earth-Moon-Sun system, there is also a bulge on the opposite side of the Earth away from the sun and the moon. These bulges of water are large waves that we call high tides.
So if the water bulges on opposite sides, then it must draw water away from the area between the bulges.
Very good, and that is where low tides occur.
How often do we have high and low tides?
Many coastal locations, such as the Atlantic and Pacific coast, experience 2 high and 2 low tides each day. But some areas, such as the Gulf of Mexico, only have 1 of each.
Do the tides in a particular place always occur at the same time?
No, but the answer is a little bit complicated. On average, high tides occur every 12 hours and 24 minutes. The Earth spins on its axis every 24 hours, so if you divide 24 by 2, you get 12. The extra 24 minutes is because of the moon's orbit about the Earth.
Would high tides help bring objects floating in the water onto the shore?
Tides do not typically have much of a role in transporting objects in the ocean. You can think of tides as a big sloshing motion where objects go as far in one direction as in the other. Here, let's check it out.
pool, but what about the waves?
Jacob, can you get in the pool?
Can I?
See the waves around Jacob? They look like they're moving the water forward, but actually they aren't.
How is it that I stay in the same place?
Each particle of water in a wave moves around in a circle. Energy moves forward while water particles remain in the same place, so an object floating on the water will rise and fall as the wave passes, but the object will not move forward.
I think we definitely need more research about waves.
Me too. Thanks, Dr. Hoffman.
You're welcome. Enjoy the wave pool.
You better stop researching the waves if you want to get there on time. Bianca does not like to be late.
We're getting close. Isn't it 21 DD? There it is.
DD for Dr. D? He has his own boat dock?
Over here. Welcome to the Maury, Tidewater Community College's research vessel.
Dr. D, we learned about waves and tides, but we need to know more about oceans.
Let's start at the very beginning. You know how oceans formed?
You mean they weren't always here?
No, not always. When the Earth began about 4.6 billion years ago, volcanic eruptions helped to form an atmosphere. That included water vapor.
So were the oceans created when it rained?
That's right. About 3.8 billion years ago, the lower areas of the Earth's crust, called basins, filled with rainwater.
If the ocean is made from rainwater, why is it salty?
Well, in the beginning, it wasn't very salty.
So how did it get that way?
One way is from freshwater rivers. As they flowed towards the oceans, rivers dissolved minerals such as salt from the land, adding salt to the ocean.
But how can the ocean be more salty than the rivers?
When water evaporates from the oceans, it takes almost pure water away, leaving the salt behind.
Then for millions of years, the rivers carried salt into the oceans, and evaporation leaves it there.
Do the oceans continue to get saltier?
No, and they're not getting any less salty either. We say saltiness or salinity has reached equilibrium.
Why is the salinity of seawater so important?
One reason is that it's a major factor in creating ocean currents. Let's do an experiment. I'm going to pour salty water into fresh water. Let's see what happens.
The salty water went to the bottom. Why is that?
Salty water sinks to the bottom because it's denser than fresh water. A gallon of salt water weighs more than a gallon of fresh water. Jacob, test it out.
They both feel the same.
Salt water from the ocean is only about 3% heavier than fresh water. But even a small difference in density makes a real difference in currents.
Is there anything other than salinity that determines the density of water?
Yes, the temperature does.
I think we're going to have to learn more about how density makes currents.
I have a friend named Dr. Martins who can help you. He's doing research in an underwater laboratory called Aquarius. I'll give you his contact information.
Thanks, Dr. D.
What's up? Did the tennis shoes come from the recently lost container? Where did the oil globs come from? How did the tennis shoes get to the beach? Don't miss the next exciting chapter of the NASA Sci-Files.
In this segment of the Case of the Ocean Odyssey, look for the answers to the following questions. How do cold temperatures make water denser? How are surface currents created? How do you find the speed of a moving object?
Good morning, Kaylee. You're off to an early start.
I sure am. I was doing some research, trying to figure out how those shoes washed onto our beach. But I'm not sure what we need to know next.
We have a lot of information about tide, and Dr. D told us how oceans formed.
Speaking of oceans, I wonder how Tony's doing in his underwater habitat.
Let's call him.
Hi everyone. Today I started my day with a swim around the hotel exploring underwater. Then I came in for something to eat and I watched a video. This is a piece of cake. I'm not showing a single sign of irritation.
That's great, Tony. Dr. D told us about an underwater research lab called Aquarius.
I've been to their website. It's a really cool lab.
It'd be great to talk to some of the scientists that live and work
I don't mean to be
in
rude, but I need to go. Talk to you later.
See you later, Tony. That was strange. What are you doing?
I'm taking notes for my IOI report.
IOI report? What's that?
Incidents of irritation. Tony's definitely showing symptoms of isolation.
Well, it's difficult to tell with Tony. He could have had a bad day with the stock market. I have the contact in here somewhere for the Aquarius expert. Here it is. Can you dial them up?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Dr. Martins. Glad you found me.
Hi, Dr. Martins. Dr. D told us that the density of water depends upon its temperature and salinity. But how does temperature make the water more dense?
Cold water molecules are packed together more tightly than warm ones, making cold water denser.
So do the density currents form near the North and South poles?
Exactly. The cold air at the poles cools the surface water, making it denser and causing it to sink.
What about salinity?
When ice forms in polar waters, it leaves behind salt, which increases the salinity of surrounding water.
The higher salt content makes the polar water denser.
I learned that evaporation also makes water saltier.
That's right. In areas such as the Mediterranean Sea, where there's little rainfall and lots of heat, evaporation removes fresh water and leaves extremely salty water.
Where does the denser water go?
The denser polar water sinks and creates the thermohaline circulation.
Thermohaline?
Yes, thermo for temperature and haline for salinity. The cold salty water masses that create this circulation form in only two places. The water mass sinking off Greenland is called the North Atlantic Deepwater, or NADW. The water mass sinking off Antarctica is called the Antarctic Bottom Water, or AABW.
Where do these currents end up?
They both sink down several kilometers while spreading out horizontally and moving along the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. They eventually mix while circulating around Antarctica. Then they move into the deep Indian Ocean and finally into the Pacific.
So the water from the poles may one day end up on a beach in Hawaii?
I guess you can look at it like that. What goes down must come up. It takes the average water molecule 1,000 years to make the complete cycle.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, we call the cycle the global conveyor belt, and it has a large impact on climate.
I went swimming once and the water was really cold. My mom said it was an upwelling, but what's that?
The coastal upwelling that you experienced is different from thermohaline circulation. It only brings up cold water from a few hundred meters deep.
It's also not as cold as AABW or NADW. Coastal upwelling is generally caused by wind.
Is upwelling important?
Good question. Upwelling brings lots of nutrients up from deep water. We are researching the impact of nitrogen, a crucial nutrient, on Florida Keys reefs.
How does upwelling affect the reef?
It appears that there have been major changes in the health and community structure of coral reefs here in the Keys and throughout the world. By observing the nitrogen composition of sponges, we can determine the importance of different nitrogen sources.
Wow, you've given us a lot to think about. Thanks, Dr. Martins.
You're welcome. Good luck on your project.
That was very interesting. Density currents might be the key to solving this mystery.
Remember the longshore currents we learned about in the case of the disappearing dirt? They move large amounts of sand from one place to another. If they can move sand, they can surely move shoes.
That sounds like our new hypothesis. If the container fell overboard and was caught in an upwelling, then the longshore currents brought the tennis shoes to the beach.
That's true, and the container was lost not far from the beach.
Hello! Dr. Textbook here. Did you know that the Gulf Stream once helped to solve a postal problem? Well, it seems that during colonial times, the colonists constantly complained of their snail mail taking 2 weeks longer coming from England than going to England. Well, the postal authorities in England contacted the Deputy Postmaster General, Benjamin Franklin, a man who I can greatly relate to. It seems that wily old Ben had a cousin who was a seafaring captain. His name was Timothy Folger, and Tim told cousin Ben about a strong surface current that comes from Florida up the east coast of America. When ships sailed to England, they went north and sailed in the stream. The swift current helped them sail faster and deliver the mail quicker. But ships sailing from England headed south, sailing against the stream, which slowed them down. Now, Mr. Franklin decided to draw a more detailed map of the current and named it the Gulf Stream because it flowed out of the Gulf of Mexico. When settlers from here at Jamestown Settlement in 1607 would send mail to England, they would use ships much like this replica of the Susan Constant. Many of you have heard the saying, sending a message in a bottle. Well, I'm going to send my own message in a bottle to my aunt who lives in England. I have this $100 bill. I'm going to write her name on the front of it, and I'm going to place it into the bottle. If the wind currents and the ocean speeds are correct, she can expect her own Ben Franklin to arrive in time to buy me a gift for my birthday. Here we go!
Dr. Textbook just mentioned surface currents. I think that's our next investigation.
We need to open the problem board.
Good idea. We need to update and be current with our information. Okay, we know that old shoes and oil globs have washed up on the beaches around our area.
We know that tides don't carry items long distances.
And we know that density currents are cycles that cause global circulations of the ocean's water.
So what do we need to know?
Well, the lost cargo fell overboard, only a short distance from Virginia.
And if the tides didn't carry the shoes to the beach, then maybe it was some other type of surface current, like a longshore current. I think we need to know more about surface currents.
And we also need to know more about oil.
Did I hear you say something about oil?
How did you just pop in?
Someone must have dialed me up. I agree, we need to learn more about black gold. Oil. And how you find it and get it out of the ground.
I see that your mind is still focused on money. How's it going down there in your habitat?
It's great down here, really. There's a lot of cool things to look at underwater. It's so different from land. I think we need to... Did you hear that noise? I've got to go check it out. See you later.
Poor Tony. I think he's suffering from another IOI. My mom has a meeting with Dr. David Adamak at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. He researches currents. She said I can go with her to meet him.
Sounds like a plan. And Jacob's family's taking a vacation to Houston, Texas. I'll ask him to do some research in oil country. And don't forget to take a Get Up and Go worksheet from the NASA Sci-Files website with you.
Hi, Bianca. Thanks for meeting me here. I had a taping earlier today.
That's cool. I've had a little bit of experience in front of cameras. Dr. Adamek, we learned about density currents, but we need to learn more about surface currents. So what exactly is a surface current?
A surface current is water moving near the ocean's surface, above what we call the thermocline.
Thermocline. I know that therm has something to do with temperature.
Right, and cline means change, so a thermocline is a region of temperature change.
Where is the thermocline?
Typically between 50 and 150 meters deep.
So how do surface currents form?
Friction between the wind and the surface water causes that water to move.
We learned in the case of the mysterious red light about global wind patterns, and that winds blow in a certain direction depending upon where they're located on Earth.
Right. For example, the trade winds push the surface currents around in the tropics.
But are there other factors?
Oh, sure. Because the Earth rotates, there's turning due to the Coriolis effect.
Isn't that when the wind is deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere and the left in the southern hemisphere?
Yes. And another factor that steers currents is the topography, the hills and valleys on the ocean floor.
How does the topography underwater affect the surface currents?
I'll show you. Sit on the stool. Now don't try this without an adult, but I want you to stick your arms and legs out. And once I spin you, I want you to bring your arms and legs in close to your body, okay? You ready? What happened?
I spun slower when my arms and legs were out, and faster when they were in.
Topography does the same thing to currents. If a current flows over an underwater mountain, the water column gets flattened and compresses. That's you with your legs out. The water spins differently, and the currents get deflected.
Why are some surface currents cold and some others warm?
It depends on where the water's coming from. If it's coming from the poles, it's cold. If it's from the tropics, it's warm.
Do warm and cold currents affect the climate of an area?
It's a good question, Bianca. Yes, they do. For example, Ireland is pretty far north, and you might expect it to be cold there. But the Gulf Stream flows past Ireland, and the warm water heats the air, which helps to create a surprisingly mild climate. They even have palm trees in Ireland.
Really? With currents located in every ocean, I guess they could be responsible for bringing the tennis shoes and oil to our beach.
It's possible, but you got to be careful. The same current can transport things to different places.
How does that happen?
You dropped the balls at the same time and all in about the same place. They ended up in different places. Why?
Is it because there are so many different variables, such as the pits in the pavement, or even the shape of the ball?
Exactly. The same thing happens in the ocean. Tiny variations in the current can lead to large differences where the current might actually move things like your tennis shoes.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm curious, why does NASA study currents?
Earth's oceans have the greatest influence on climate, and only from space can we monitor the vast oceans on a global scale and monitor critical changes in the currents and the heat storage.
Why is that so important?
Well, the oceans cover 70% of the Earth, and the currents in the ocean are an important part of the water cycle. Any change in the water cycle can cause major consequences on our Earth.
How does NASA monitor the ocean?
We use different satellites to monitor things like currents, waves, temperature, and pretty soon even salinity.
That's really interesting. I'm always amazed at all the research NASA does to help protect our Earth. Thanks, Dr. Adamek. This information has been very helpful.
You're welcome. And call if you have any more questions.
Are you ready for some research?
I love doing research with Dr. D.
Did you bring the items I requested?
Of course. I brought some old tennis shoes and Catherine brought some soccer cones.
Great. I wanted to meet you here at the Hubba Hubba Highway because the speed of its current is a lot like the Gulf Stream.
It looks like it's moving pretty fast. Does the Gulf Stream move that fast?
Let's find out. I brought a stopwatch and a measuring tape. We can find its velocity or speed.
I know the formula for velocity. It's distance divided by time. So if we measure the distance between 2 points and then time a floating object between them, then we can find the velocity.
Very good.
We need to do 5 trials. You should always do more than 1 trial in an experiment and then find the average.
Excellent. Next, we need to decide how far apart the 2 points should be and mark the distance with the cones.
How about putting them 10 meters apart?
Fine. What object should we time?
Oh, I get it. That's why we brought these tennis shoes.
That's correct. Let's get started.
Trials averaged 8.65 seconds. So if we use the formula and divide 10 by 8.65, that means that the velocity is about 1.2 meters per second.
The Gulf Stream's velocity averages between about 1 and 1.5 meters per second.
Wow. Both the Hubba Hubba Highway and the Gulf Stream move really fast.
Now it's time for you to experience the power of the Gulf Stream by swimming against the current.
It should be easy.
Let's see which one of you is a stronger swimmer.
I predict no contest.
That's right. I'll be the champ. Wow. That was a lot harder than I expected.
I can certainly see why it took 2 weeks longer to get mail in colonial days when the ships were sailing against the current.
Okay, there's still more research to do. Let's float around the Hubba Hubba Highway and see if we all float at the same speed.
This sounds like my kind of research.
So what's up? Did a surface or density current bring the tennis shoes onto the beach? Why is the velocity of a current important to solving this case? Will the treehouse detectives discover oil? Don't go away. Stay tuned to learn what happens next in the case of the Ocean Odyssey.
Answer the following questions. What condition must exist for oil and gas to form? In North America, where does most oil pollution come from? What does the ocean floor look like?
Mr. Bernhard works here at the Houston Museum of Natural Science. I asked him if he could tell me more about oil and especially where to find it.
Welcome to the Houston Museum of Natural Science. You've come to the right place if you want to learn about oil.
I learned in school that oil, gas, and coal are called fossil fuels because they're made from plants and animals that lived millions of years ago.
That's correct, but we actually have to start further back than that when the Earth was first forming.
Really?
Billions of years ago, the Earth's crust began to move around on top of the Earth's hot liquid center. This movement created spaces between the land known as sedimentary basins. Let me show you.
That's what I call research.
Just imagine that the chocolate is the land and the chewy caramel is the Earth's liquid center. You see the sunken spaces opening? These basins made the perfect places for oil and gas to form.
Cool. So what happened after the basins formed?
These basins fill with water, forming oceans, seas, and large lakes. Billions of microscopic plants and animals thrived in these basins.
How did the plants and animals become oil?
The plants and animals died, and their remains piled up on the basin floor. This organic matter eventually transformed into oil and gas.
Wouldn't the dead plants and animals just decay and decompose?
Under normal conditions, yes, but for oil and gas to form, anaerobic conditions must exist.
What are anaerobic conditions?
Those are just places where there's no oxygen present. The organic material was then covered by sediment, forming distinct layers of sedimentary rock. Have a look at this.
That's cool. So once the organic matter is covered with sediment, how does it become oil?
The weight of the layers of mud and sand, combined with heat from inside the earth, turn the mud and sand into layers of rock.
We learned that the deeper you go into the earth, the hotter it gets.
That's right. And as the organic source rock was buried deeper and deeper, temperatures reached 100 to 150 degrees Celsius, cooking the organic matter into a gooey black soup that became black gold, or Texas tea.
Tony would like to hear about black gold.
The rock above the oil may look solid, but it actually is very porous and contains millions of tiny holes. You see this flask of oil and water? Can you tell which layer's on top?
It's definitely the oil.
You're correct. Oil is lighter than water, so it keeps floating up through the spaces in the rock above it. It will eventually either reach the surface or be trapped by an impermeable layer of rock.
You mean rock without holes?
Yes. This layer traps the oil and it begins to build a reservoir.
This information is really helpful. Now I just need to find out how you get the oil out of the ground.
We've got some great exhibits here to help you learn how oil is extracted. Feel free to look around.
Thanks, Mr. Bernhard.
You might also want to talk to Mr. Wells. He's at the Ocean Star Museum in Galveston. He used to be a working oil rig.
That would be great.
Hi, Jacob. How can I help you?
Can you research any recent oil spills from oil rigs?
Of course I can. We're here doing research right now.
For some great tools to help you evaluate the content of websites, visit the NASA SciFiles website. Hi, Mr. Wells. I'm Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
Can you tell me more about offshore oil exploration and production?
Sure. This is the perfect spot. We are standing on the drill floor of the Ocean Star.
Wow. This looks very interesting. What's the tower for?
It's called a derrick. It has a pulley system for raising and lowering lengths of casing and drill pipe.
Casings?
Yes. Casing is steel pipe that forms the wall of the wellbore to ensure the stability of the well we've drilled.
What happens next?
Next, a drill bit is attached to the drill pipe, and the whole assembly rotates like a hand drill to cut the hole.
I read about drill bits. They can cut through rock.
That's right. Actually, they're specifically designed to just do that. As we rotate the drill pipe and the drill bit, it cuts up the rock, and we pump mud down the drill pipe to help bring the cuttings back to surface.
Mud? You mean like water and dirt?
Well, not exactly. This is a specialized drilling fluid we use to help cool the bit and bring the cuttings back to the surface.
Do you always find oil when you drill?
Unfortunately, not always. But through new technology, NASA satellite imaging, and seismic techniques, we've actually greatly increased our chances of finding oil.
Once you find oil, how do you get it out of the ground?
After removing the drill pipe and bit, production tubing is put into the wellbore. Then a perforating gun is used to make holes through the cement and casings so the oil can flow into the well.
We're looking for a source of oil pollution in the ocean. Are there offshore oil rigs on the east coast of the United States?
Actually, there aren't any. Most of them are in the Gulf of Mexico. Did you know, on a worldwide basis, less than 3% of the oil pollution comes from offshore exploration and production operations? In fact, the ones that I've been involved in, it's little, if any.
Wow, that's not very much. Where does most of the oil pollution come from?
Actually, in North American waters, greater than 60% comes from natural seepage.
You mean it just bubbles up from the floor of the ocean?
That's right. Once the oil moves up through the earth to the ocean floor, it just rises to the surface.
Because oil is less dense than water.
Very good. And the Gulf of Mexico is one of the largest natural sources of oil seepage in North America.
It sounds like we need to learn more about oil seepage.
That's a good idea. A marine geologist can help you learn more about the geology and topography of the ocean floor.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
You're welcome. While you're here, let me show you more of the drilling rig.
Hi, Jacob. Welcome back.
Did you find out if there have been any reported oil spills from oil rigs?
I have, and there hasn't been a single report of an oil spill or oil rig accident.
That's good. Mr. Wells had mentioned that oil sometimes just naturally seeps from the ocean floor.
Maybe that's a lead. I also did some research on the tennis shoes with the calculations from Water Country.
What did you find?
Even if the surface current traveled as fast as the Gulf Stream, the shoes from the container couldn't get here as quickly as they did.
Guess it wasn't surface currents. This investigation is getting interesting. I think we need to go to the problem board.
Okay, we know that tennis shoes and what we believe to be oil globs washed up on the beach.
We know that currents travel long distances around the world and could have brought the shoes in from far away.
And oil reserves formed millions of years ago in sedimentary basins. And that some oil seeps out naturally.
We also know now that there are no reported oil spills from offshore rigs or oil tankers.
I think we need to verify what was in the container that fell overboard last week. You know, I am as good at jumping to conclusions.
We also need to know if natural seepage caused our oil globs.
We had better not tell Tony, or he'll be looking for oil in his spare time.
I'm serious. I think that needs to be our new hypothesis for the oil globs. If oil is seeping naturally from somewhere along the East Coast, then it will wash up on our beach.
I wouldn't be too quick to make this seeping possibility our hypothesis. Remember in your report, Mr. Wells said that the Gulf of Mexico is the largest natural seepage area.
But Jacob could be onto something. Maybe we need to learn more about seeping oils and the topography of the ocean floor.
Mr. Wells did suggest that we talk to a marine geologist.
We need to find a marine geologist to help us out.
I remember Mr. McNitch. He told us about hot spots on the ocean floor in the case of the disappearing dirt. I think he might be just the person to talk to.
Good idea. He's from the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, or VIMS for short. We need to see if Kaylee can meet up with him.
Oh, by the way, Jacob, Tony told us that the lack of noise is starting to get to him. But I'll ask him about natural oil seepage.
Kaylee said she would be able to meet with him, but Dr. McNitch referred us to Miss Jennifer Mazelis.
I'm here at VIMS with Miss Mazelis. She's showing me the vessels they use to map and take core samples. We learned that there are mountains and valleys on the ocean floor, and that there's natural oil seepage. We need to know more about the topography of the ocean. Can you tell me exactly what the floor looks like?
It's magnificent. Under the ocean, you can find the tallest mountains, the deepest valleys, and the flattest plains on Earth.
Sounds fascinating, but I don't see any mountains or valleys when I swim.
That's because where you swim is actually the continental shelf. This area is located along the edge of the continent and can extend 10 to 200 kilometers offshore.
So are mountains the next area?
No, next comes the continental slope. It starts at the edge of the shelf and dips steeply until you reach the abyssal plain, which is one of the flattest areas on Earth.
And the next area is where the tallest mountains are, right?
Right. In the middle of the ocean, there are mountain ridges called mid-ocean ridges. This is where the seafloor is spreading apart, making new seafloor and building mountains.
I learned about the seafloor spreading apart in the case of the shaky quake when we learned about plate tectonics.
Very good. You'll also find volcanoes over those ridges and over hot spots in the Earth's crust. If a volcano grows tall enough to rise above sea level, they form islands.
Just like the Hawaiian Islands, didn't they form over a hot spot?
That's right. And if a volcano doesn't break the surface of the water, then it's called a seamount. There are also deep ocean trenches.
I always thought of the ocean as sandy.
Under the ocean is a whole world just waiting to be discovered, and that's where the core samples come in.
Why do you take core samples of the ocean floor?
Seismic reflection images show buried ancient river channels located near here during the last ice age. Coring helps us to verify that they exist.
It seems like we have another mystery, and we need your help.
Sure thing. What can I do?
Right now, we're trying to find out where the oil globs on our beach came from. Mr. Wells said that oil sometimes seeps out naturally from the ocean, so we need to learn more about oil seeps.
Oil and gas can seep directly onto the surface of the Earth, or into the oceans.
Are seeps very common?
Yes, they're quite common. Did you know in California, every oil and gas field discovered between 1860 and the early 1900s was actually found by people seeing it seep up from the Earth?
So how does oil and gas seep out?
Seeps can come from a single point or from as many as 30,000 individual little holes. Divers describe high seepage areas as looking like a whole bunch of gopher holes.
How much oil and gas seeps out?
It varies from place to place and can range from nearly impossible to detect to thick oil films with globular deposits called tar balls.
That sounds like what's on our beach. We learned that most of the oil seepage occurs along the Gulf of Mexico, so we thought that a current could be carrying the oil globs to our beach. But we learned that there aren't any currents that carry things to Virginia from the Gulf of Mexico.
What about the Gulf Stream?
We know that the Gulf Stream flows northward from the central part of the Atlantic Ocean and turns back towards Europe up around Canada. So I don't think that's the answer.
You might want to learn more about the Gulf Stream.
You're right. Maybe it is the Gulf Stream. Thanks, Ms. Mazelis.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure to help out the Treehouse Detectives. Let me show you something else.
Tony. Welcome to the Underwater Research Lab.
Neat place, Dr. D. Thanks for inviting me.
I understand that you have some exploration in mind.
Well, I certainly do. I was amazed to find out how much scuba divers can accomplish when they stay in an underwater habitat like the Aquarius.
Scuba divers generally have a maximum depth of 40 meters, and with special equipment, maybe up to 600 meters.
Why can't they go deeper?
Well, the real problem is pressure. The deeper you go in the ocean, the greater the pressure.
Why is pressure a problem?
Well, look at this bottle.
How did you crush the bottle, Dr. D?
I didn't. The pressure crushed the bottle as I brought it down to the lab from the surface. Every 10 meters out in the ocean, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere.
So what if my treasure is, say, theoretically, deeper than 600 meters?
You can use a submersible or mini submarine. They have thick reinforced walls instead of increased air pressure. Can go as deep as 6,500 meters.
So you're saying if I brought a glass bottle down to the Aquarius, it wouldn't collapse because it's stronger than the plastic bottle?
Very good. Another type of submersible is an ROV, or remotely operated vehicle. In fact, I have one right here.
You're kidding.
Well, mine is a lot smaller than a research vessel, and it uses radio control instead of a cable.
Maybe I could use an ROV to help with my treasure hunt.
Good idea. Besides locating lost treasure ships, we can also use these vehicles to inspect oil rigs and pipelines, and to investigate ocean ridges and geothermal vents.
What are these?
These are my 2 other submersibles called RBUVs.
Let me guess. Rubber band underwater vehicles.
You're really on the ball. Let's go outside and have an RBUV race.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives figure out how to clean up the oil? Where did those tennis shoes really come from? Join us for the final chapter of The Case of the Ocean Odyssey.
In the finale of The Case of the Ocean Odyssey, you need to look for the answers to the following questions. What are absorbents? How is an oil spill cleaned up? What is dispersion?
Are you still examining those shoes?
I believe now that these shoes have traveled a long way.
Why do you think that?
I was just reading about a cargo ship that lost a container near Japan years ago.
Yes, I remember that. And about 10 years later, the shoes washed up on the shoreline of Seattle, Washington.
I am listening here, bringing you this report live from Virginia Beach. Recently, I reported that a container of shoes fell overboard near the coastline. I would now like to retract that report because we have new information which reveals that the container actually held rubber ducks. I apologize for the misinformation and for jumping to conclusions.
I thought my calculations were correct. I knew those shoes couldn't have come from that container.
They got to the beach too quickly, right? So what do we do now?
Problem board, Jacob. Okay, we know that the shoes can travel a very long distance.
We know that currents can move objects long distances, so they probably got to the Virginia coast through the Gulf Stream.
And we still need to know how the shoes got from the Gulf Stream to the beach and where they originally came from. We now know that oil seeps out naturally.
Right now, that seems to be the only answer to the oil glob mystery.
Even though the oil seeped out naturally, it still made a mess of the beach. I think we need to learn how the oil can be cleaned up. The NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club website has a posting about cleaning up oil spills. It's with the Key Largo School in Key Largo, Florida. They're working with mentors from the Society of Women Engineers. Teachers, to learn more about getting a classroom mentor, visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website.
Let's dial them up.
Hi, I'm Wobble. I'm Jacqueline, and this is Devin. We're in Mrs. Dunn's 4th grade class.
Hi, we saw on the NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club website that you're working on an experiment to clean up an oil spill. What kind of oil did you spill?
It's not a real oil spill, but a simulated one. We used vegetable oil and cocoa powder and mixed it together to make an environmentally friendly oil.
That's a good idea. Crude oils such as motor oil can be damaging to the environment, even on a small scale.
Exactly. Next, we made our own mini ocean by pouring 5 milliliters of salt into a shallow aluminum pan full of water. Then, we slowly poured our oil on top of the water in the pan.
What happened?
Because oil is lighter than water, it spreads out and floats on top. It looks kind of pretty with rainbow colors, but it isn't so pretty when we try to clean it up.
What do you use to clean it up?
We are trying a variety of things, such as absorbents, skimmers, and detergents.
What are absorbents?
Absorbents are materials such as straw, sawdust, and peat moss used to absorb the oil off the top of the water.
So did the absorbents help clean up the oil?
Not very well. We still have a lot of oil left and it's very messy. Next, we are trying spoons to simulate skimmers, which are bowl-shaped devices used to skim the oil off the top of the water.
Does that work better than the absorbents?
No, and we didn't get much oil either. Last, we are trying detergent. That works much better. The oil immediately moves and forms globs, but a lot of detergent wouldn't be good for the environment.
That would turn into one big bubble bath. So what did you conclude with your experiment?
We concluded that there is no easy way to clean up an oil spill, but the best thing is to prevent them from ever happening.
I agree. Thanks for sharing your experiment with us.
You're welcome.
Goodbye from Mrs. Dunn's class at Key Largo School in Key Largo, Florida.
Wow, cleaning up oil is complicated and not so easy. It seems like it would take years to get the job done.
I spilled oil on my mom's kitchen floor, and it took forever just to clean a small amount up.
I know that oil spills are not good for the environment, especially for all the plants and wildlife in the ocean and along the coastline.
We need to learn more about cleaning up oil spills and what the impact to our environment might be. I'll email Kaylee and ask her if she can help us find someone to talk to.
I've been looking at Kaylee's IOI report, and I wonder how Tony's doing living in the underwater habitat. Can you dial him up? Hi, Tony. How's it going?
Have you guys been watching me the whole time?
Tony, Kaylee's been keeping an IOI report on you, and you know what? We think it's time for you to come up to dry land.
I hate to admit it, but I think you're right. I guess the treasure hunt will have to wait. Thanks. I'll see you soon.
Hurry back.
I'm proud of Tony. I know that was hard to do.
There's breaking news in the oil glob mystery. I Am Listening is reporting from Florida.
Ted, we now have reports that oil globs and tar balls have washed up all along the East Coast. It looks like it's all coming from here in the Gulf of Mexico.
That's a pretty big place. How did they find the location of the seepage?
Satellites did the trick.
What? Did you say something about lights?
No, Ted. NASA satellites revealed the presence of this seepage.
Oh, yes, of course. NASA is always on the job.
Okay, it appears that the oil is coming from the Gulf of Mexico, but we still need to find out how it got to Virginia. Remember, Miss Macelis told Kaylee to do some more research on the Gulf Stream.
Didn't Dr. Textbook say something about the Gulf Stream being named after the Gulf of Mexico?
You're right, Bianca. We need to do some more research.
And what about those shoes? I guess NASA satellites can't see shoes from space.
Wait a minute. Kaylee found an environmental engineer at NASA Wallops Flight Facility who can tell us the impact of an oil spill. And she says RJ is there to meet with her now.
That's great, but we still need to solve the mystery of where the tennis shoes and oil globs came from.
We're getting closer. Let's not get discouraged.
Dr. D also emailed and said that Dr. Moisen at NASA Wallops Flight Facility could help us learn more about coastal currents.
Let's ask RJ to talk to him too, and be sure to have him ask about the Gulf Stream.
Ms. Fields is an environmental engineer here at NASA Wallops Flight Facility on the eastern shore of Virginia. She has agreed to meet with me.
Hi, RJ. I read Kaylee's email and I checked out your research on the internet. I understand that you want to learn more about the impact of oil spills and how to clean them up.
Yes, we have lots of oil globs on the beach, and we're all worried about the plants and animals.
Well, you have good reason to worry. The toxic properties of oil can damage or destroy plants and animals. I mean, just a dime-sized blotch of oil on a bird can impair its insulating ability, resulting in hypothermia and death.
That's really serious. How do you clean up oil spills?
Well, the typical cleanup method for ocean spills is to contain the oil with floating booms and then pump it back into recovery tanks. Now, sometimes we do apply chemicals to help disperse the oil slick.
Oil has made a mess of our beach.
I can only imagine. And people don't want to go to a beach that's full of oil globs. Watch how a little oil spreads out, creating a slick on the water.
Wow, it really spread out.
Yes, and a small amount of oil can cause a lot of damage. Look at how the oil clings to the feather. The oil coats the surface of plants and animals, effectively smothering them.
Our area depends on tourism. So I'm sure that the oil on the beach is hurting businesses. Who's responsible for cleaning up the oil from a spill?
Well, whoever spilled the oil is responsible for getting it cleaned up.
Who makes sure they clean up all the oil?
Well, in the United States, it's the Environmental Protection Agency or the Coast Guard.
We learned about cleaning up oil spills from our NASA Sci-Files Kids Club. But aren't there other ways that could be done?
Well, during an oil spill, it's critical to try to clean it up before it reaches land and affects the shoreline. So we need to be able to predict where it's headed. The paper dots simulate our oil slick. The slick moves with the water current, and then it's reversed by the wind and wave action. The waves also act to break up and disperse the slick.
So how do you predict where it's headed?
Well, we use planes to fly over the oil slick and we map its location. Then we use current, weather, and ocean forecasts to create a computer model to predict where it is headed to next. We also use satellites to track which way the oil spill is going to go.
If the oil's at sea, why don't you just let nature take its course and clean it up?
Well, waves will gradually disperse the oil, but it can take a long time depending on the amount spilled. If we act quickly to recover the oil, we can protect the environment.
How long does it take the environment to recover from an oil spill?
It can take years for natural environments to fully recover. That's why it's so important for people to realize that oil spilled in large accidents is not the only way to contaminate the ocean.
What do you mean?
Well, the everyday buildup of small spills and debris can have a significant impact. Stormwater flows over parking lots and streets, and it carries the oil into rivers and streams when it ends up eventually in the ocean.
I never thought of that. I guess that's why it's so important to recycle after you change the motor oil in your car.
Yes, and it's also helpful if there's a buffer zone of vegetation that can trap some of the pollutants.
Looks like we have our work cut out for us. The oil that's on the beach is from natural seepage, so I guess each city will have to clean its own beach.
I'm sure they'll be looking for some good volunteers.
Yes, and I know of 6 volunteers who can help in the beach cleanup. Thanks, Miss Fields.
You're welcome.
Do you know where I can find Dr. Moisen?
I sure do. Come on.
Hi, RJ. I'm glad you found me. Dr. D said you'd be coming by.
Hi, Dr. Moisen. We're trying to figure out the final pieces to our mystery. Well, we had some tennis shoes washed up on the beach, and we don't know where they came from.
And that sounds like a real mystery.
It really is. We think that the shoes came from someplace far away, that the ocean currents brought them to Virginia.
That's very possible.
We know that the Gulf Stream flows along the coast of Virginia. We're not sure how the shoes got from the Gulf Stream onto the shore. Dr. D suggests that we come learn more about coastal currents. Are coastal currents different?
Yes, they are. Coastal currents can be located on the surface or on the bottom of the ocean, and they can be formed by density differences or tidal processes, but they are always found near the shoreline.
Well, it doesn't sound like they are the answer.
They could be, but first let's talk about dispersion.
What's dispersion?
Suppose you placed 100 yellow ducks in the center of a pool, turned off the pumps, and went away for 24 hours. Where do you suppose the ducks would be when you came back?
Probably in the center of the pool, because there aren't any currents to move them around.
Actually, you would find them randomly distributed or dispersed throughout the pool.
Why wouldn't the ducks all be in the same place?
Small-scale circulation patterns in the pool that move the water around will actually affect where these objects in the pool go. It could be something as small as a gust of air.
But if the tennis shoes came from far away, they floated in currents that were already moving.
Yes, but major currents have lots of eddies, filaments, swirls, and even jets that interact with and move objects.
What are eddies and filaments?
Eddies are formed when a current doubles back to form a small whirl, and filaments are meanders that come off from the current.
So maybe the eddies or filaments brought the tennis shoes into the shore.
That's possible because shoes caught in these small currents could travel across these major currents.
Does the Gulf Stream have any eddies or filaments?
Yes, lots of them. There are even large circulation eddies that break off from the Gulf Stream.
I think that's the answer to our oil glob mystery. The loop current in the Gulf of Mexico. Now for the shoe mystery. Do coastal currents complete the process of bringing the shoes on shore?
Yes, they can, but most of the shoes would not make it.
If they float, won't they eventually end up on shore?
No, most will end up in the Sargasso Sea.
That's the place in the Atlantic Ocean with a lot of seaweed. Why there?
Large circulation gyres in the North Atlantic Ocean move in circular clockwise pattern. Floating objects within these waters tend to move towards the center of rotation.
I guess if the coastal currents could bring the shoes on shore, now all you have to do is find out where the container fell off the ship.
Sounds like a good idea.
And if the location's right, we will then know if it's possible that the currents, dispersions, and coastal currents brought them on shore. Thanks, Dr. Moisen.
You're welcome. Glad I could help. Keep me posted.
Dr. D, we think we're close to solving the mystery.
That's great. What's the solution?
KSNN reported that the oil came from the Gulf of Mexico.
It was natural seepage. But we talked to Dr. Moisen and did some research and found out that the loop current then the Florida current, and finally, the Gulf Stream might have brought it up to the East Coast.
But we're still investigating the shoes. I sent an email to the Very Good Shoe Company, and they said that 26 months ago, a container filled with their shoes fell overboard off the coast of North Africa.
We learned that on the eastern edge of the North Atlantic Ocean, by North Africa, the current flows south. Then the current flows west across the Atlantic before turning north into the Gulf Stream.
We learned at Water Country USA that the Gulf Stream moves pretty fast.
So we think that the shoes are probably the same ones that fell overboard off the coast of North Africa. But a little over 2 years seems like a long time to get to Virginia.
I know. I'll call Dr. Adamek. I'm sure he can help.
Good idea. If he confirms that it could take 26 months, then maybe the shoes and oil just happened to meet right here in Florida, where I was.
Then the shoes and the oil floated up the coast of Virginia?
That's our hypothesis.
Hi, Dr. Adamek. We have another question. How long does it take a floating object, like a shoe, to be carried by the currents from the coast of North Africa to Virginia?
Well, it's impossible to give you an exact time, but given average currents, the winds, and the recent storm tracks, I would estimate about 2 years.
Thanks, Dr. Adamek. I think our case is solved.
You're welcome.
I'm glad I could help.
I have an idea. Maybe these numbers on the shoe label can be used to track the shoes. Let's email the Very Good Shoe Company, and let's see if they can confirm that these are the shoes that were on the lost shipment.
Good idea, RJ. Doesn't hurt to continue to test your hypothesis, just to make sure.
I wonder what happened to those rubber duckies that I'm Listening said fell overboard off the coast of Virginia.
Well, maybe some NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club members in North Africa will find them some years in the future.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Tony, have you given up your search for sunken treasure?
I'm glad you asked. Actually, I'm looking for someone financially gifted, like yourself, to help fund my project.
Well, I can't commit financially, but if you need a diving partner...
Right. Remember the buddy system, critical for diving. And it also helps you avoid the grumpy treehouse detective syndrome.
Grumpy? Me? I'm not grumpy. I'm the perfect picture of composure. I mean, stock market, fluctuations have you going once in a while, but...
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we update you on our program with Meharry Medical College, which selects incoming freshmen for a fast track to complete their bachelor's degree at MTSU and then directly enter medical school upon graduation. We tell you about the Professional Counseling Graduate Degree Program in our College of Education and how its Center for Counseling and Psychological Services provides students with practical experience. And we introduce you to our new Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Students, Dr. Kalila Doss, and share her priorities for helping students in the coming new year. I'm Andrew Ottman. Happy New Year from Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Almost 6 years ago, MTSU's College of Basic and Applied Sciences launched a program with Meharry Medical College. It selects incoming freshmen for a fast track to complete their bachelor's degree at MTSU and directly enter medical school upon graduation. It's called the Medical School Early Admissions Program, and here to tell us more is Site Coordinator Eric Miller. Eric, welcome back to the show.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
I think it was before the pandemic, right?
That's exactly right. Before we had a class enrolled in this program.
Well, we've got a lot of things to update people on and really happy news. So let's start with the fall 2025 cohort. You've got more than 20 applicants, right?
Absolutely right. They are all excellent candidates. I'm really looking forward to diving into their applications and selecting the best class.
So let's back up just a little bit. What did they apply to be a part of? And just talk about the uniqueness of this program.
Sure. So this is an accelerated BSMD program that we have here at MTSU with Meharry Medical College. We are looking for students who are interested in becoming primary care physicians in rural and underserved parts of Tennessee. So they really need to be interested in giving back to their communities. And that's something I think the state was interested in when they invested money into this. They invested a significant sum, which we are very grateful for that we can have this program. So, you know, we're looking for students who know what they want to do, which is hard in an 18-year-old high school student. So somebody who's very mature and very interested in, like I said, serving their communities.
Beginning to end, how much time are we talking about? I enroll as a freshman at MTSU. I graduate from Meharry. How much time are we talking?
That's 7 years, 3 years at MTSU, 4 years at Meharry, and then they do a 3-year residency program, typical residency program. And then there's a 3-year service component as well, where they are working as a physician, but they're in a underserved or rural part of Tennessee, and that's kind of a repayment for the support they receive throughout the program.
And let's talk about the support. Sure. What do they receive?
So students in this program receive full tuition and fees paid for by the program at both MTSU and also at Meharry. You know, there's not a lot of doctors out there that can say they had both their undergraduate and medical education paid for.
So let's talk about the type of students that typically are gravitating towards this program. What would they major in typically in the undergraduate levels here at MTSU, and what kind of backgrounds are you looking for in selecting those students?
Sure. So the program that they follow here it's a prescribed program. It's not quite a biology degree, it's not quite a biochemistry degree, it's somewhere in between. They get all of the typical pre-medical prerequisite requirements, you know, that any other pre-med student would get. So they're taking general biology, they're taking organic chemistry, general chemistry, biochemistry, physics, all the sciences that they need, all the things that they will need both in medical school. But before that, in preparation for the MCAT, the Medical College Admissions Test, we need students who are, you know, strong science students, who are strong students overall, and who, you know, really performed admirably in their high school career.
We're getting close to our first graduates to this, right?
That's right, that's right. So
who are first up?
Yes, our first cohort will be graduating from medical school in 2026. I'm so excited for them. They were just obviously a special group. You know, I've been following along with them throughout their journey, and I just love seeing them, love hearing about their successes, and they've got such a bright future ahead of them.
I can't wait till that happens. We're going to celebrate that so much. Obviously, we talked about the fact you've got 23 applicants under consideration for the fall 2025. So now your focus, once we fill that cohort, is the fall 2026. What's the deadline to apply, and what's the process to apply?
Sure. So anybody looking to apply to start fall 2026 would need to submit their application no later than December 1st of 2025. That'll be their application to submit their MTSU application, and then there's a separate application to this program on our website. They will need to write an essay describing a little bit about how an accelerated medical program helps to reach their goals and why they're interested in that type of program. They need to submit a resume. They will need to submit letters of recommendation from people in their community, high school teachers, things like that. And then we'll interview them to just get to know them a little bit better.
I know there's the need for physicians in underserved communities. Can you talk a little bit about that and how this program came about as one of the answers to help solve that problem?
Yeah, and it's so interesting too because there is such a need, and unfortunately this is a slow burn. You know, this program takes a long time from when a student matriculates at MTSU to when they're out in the community. That's why we fast-tracked it. That's why we created this 3-year program so we can at least shorten that time period. We can't take too much off. I don't know, I wouldn't want my physician to skip out on something critical.
Yes.
So, you know, it's
Yes.
important that they get all of that, but we're doing what we can so that we can get them out and serving the areas that need the most impact. You know, our state is like others across the country. There's a physician shortage. We need to train physicians and get them out there and working with the people that need the help.
So where do I go on the web to find out more about the program?
The best place is our website, mtsu.edu/medschool. All the relevant information students need about requirements and the application when they're ready can be found there.
Well, I've been honored to watch this program start and follow these students through the process. I think it's really hitting its stride in terms of visibility. Governor Lee has been a strong supporter of this. I think he was there when that first cohort was introduced, so that's going to be a pride point for him coming up soon as well. And thank you, Eric, for all you've done to make this program a success.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being here.
And we'll be right back.
We do it all. We do it all.
Hundreds of majors, an amazing campus, faculty mentors. You can find what you're looking for at Middle Tennessee State, the University of Opportunities. We do it all.
And that's how electricity flows.
Hey, Mom! Don't break it, don't break it. It's just one thing. Thank you.
Wow, this looks amazing.
This is the electric robot I made all by myself.
I help people.
I create music.
I shape the future.
I am an entrepreneur.
I inspire people with more than words.
I ride forward.
The sky is not my limit.
Find your blue at MTSU.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The Professional Counseling Graduate Degree Program in our College of Education offers concentrations in 2 high-demand career fields, clinical mental health and school counseling. Also, its Center for Counseling and Psychological Services provides students with practical experience and serves our campus community. Dr. Robin Lee, Program Coordinator and Clinical Director of the Center, is here to share more about this great academic opportunity. Robin, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
We're glad to have you on Out of the Blue. And I want to talk a lot about this. We've got a lot to cover about the professional counseling program. You're the coordinator of that, which is a great graduate degree option for our students. So talk a little bit about the degree you offer through that program and the careers that come from that.
Okay, great. So we offer an educational specialist degree in professional counseling. We have 2 concentration areas. We have a clinical mental health counseling concentration and then a school counseling concentration. And so basically students come in with an undergraduate degree, maybe in a related field, but not always necessary. And then they complete 60 graduate hours working toward either becoming a professional counselor in the state of Tennessee or other states, or they're going to be working in the school systems at the elementary, middle, or high school levels as a school counselor.
What's the job market like? What's the demands for this job?
The job market is excellent for both concentration areas. School counselor in particular, because there's just a shortage There's a shortage, generally speaking, for mental health providers, so we don't have any issues with our students finding jobs. They're very successful.
We were talking about this before the show, practicum experience, that learning by doing is a really big piece of this. And of course, in addition to being coordinator, you're clinical director of the Center for Counseling and Psychological Services. So I assume that is one of the primary ways that your students get that experience, correct?
Yes, we have a practicum experience that falls kind of in the middle of their program. So they take several classes moving up to the practicum. Then they do the practicum, which is 100 hours. They have to get 40 direct hours. And so that 40 direct hours is actually conducted in the Center for Counseling and Psychological Services. So we have this opportunity for them to serve in this training clinic, and it really is a unique opportunity. We have a state-of-the-art audiovisual system. We record all of our sessions. It allows for us to watch the sessions, to watch them live. We can actually do that as well. It allows them to watch themselves and each other, which is not always something that they enjoy. It can be very anxiety provoking, but I think it does help them get used to the idea that they're going to be in supervision for many years before they actually reach that point where they are independent practitioners.
This is one of the wonderful examples of what we offer at MTSU, that practical experience. It's actually part of a public service mission. The patients that you are seeking, they're often from our campus community, correct? Seeking your services.
That is correct. We provide primarily individual counseling, and we do that for the campus community free of charge, faculty, staff, and students, and we do have each category that take advantage of the services. And we serve the community at large. We provide individual counseling as well, and for that we charge $10 per session. Yeah. So it's affordable even for folks that may have insurance, but copays certainly can be higher than that. And so we are lucky to be able to be part of both communities and provide services. So it's really kind of a win-win for all the parties, I think.
No, it really is. Talk about the education specialist degree and why that was the degree of choice for this program.
Right. Prior to us going to the EDS, we were a master's degree, Master's of Education. One of the reasons that we decided to go with an EDS, and basically the EDS is the degree between a master's degree and a doctoral degree, is because our program is 60 hours, and so that's really more than the average master's degree. And so we did that a couple of years ago to really recognize that the students are investing a lot of their time, energy, money, all of those things to earn this degree. One special part of that degree is that in the school system, it actually is an additional pay increase. They'll get a pay increase with a master's degree and then an additional pay increase with the EDS. That's not true for the mental health as much as we would like it to be. But
wow, yeah. But that's an advantage.
Yes, it is.
To gain entry into the program, there's a process, right? Can you describe that for us?
We offer admission in the fall or spring, and our deadlines are September 1st for spring admission and February 1st for fall admission. At that time, we do a half-day interview where potential candidates will come in, they'll meet with faculty, they'll meet with our current students, they learn about the program. We do an individual interview, we do a group interview, they spend maybe an hour with the current students. We really try to educate them before they're entering the program, because that's part of our gatekeeping responsibility, is to make sure that the folks that we are choosing are really fit for the field, and are ready to take that on, because as you know, it's difficult work.
Want to underscore something you said, February 1st deadline for this coming fall, the fall of 2025, correct?
Correct. We have, I would say, our admission cycle for fall is quite a bit more than spring. We have a good number of applications, and we wish we could accept everybody. We can't. We usually average about 15 per cycle, taking in about 30 students per year.
Robin, where can I go on the web to find out more?
The center website is ccps.mtsu.edu, and that will tell about our services. They can fill out a form that's on the website, they can actually call, or they can email us, and we will work to get the appointment started and going probably, again, in early February, after we've had a chance to come back and get the students acclimated to the site and things like that.
Well, Robin, thanks for coming on the show to tell us about this great degree program, but also the public service the center provides the community. These are both outstanding things, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. We are really honored to serve all the communities that we have available.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
See that? Go slow.
I see it.
Hello. Hello. You are looking good today.
Well, thank you.
I think it's time we take this off, don't you think?
Absolutely.
I help people.
I create music.
I shape the future.
I am an entrepreneur.
I inspire people with more than words.
I ride forward.
The sky is not my limit.
Find your blue at MTSU.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Students, Dr. Kalila Doss, joined the campus at the beginning of the 2024-25 academic year, and she hit the ground running. She's quickly become a fixture on our campus for our hard work and devotion to our students. She joins us in studio to share her priorities on this important role in the new year. Kalila, welcome to Out of the Blue.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited.
You've only been at the university for about 200 days.
Yes.
So now you're in 2025.
Yes.
And I have to tell you, it has been a joy working with you on the President's Cabinet, seeing the great energy you're bringing to everything that you approach in this great job. Talk about being Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Students and how you're approaching that responsibility.
It's a new year, and it's hard to think that I've been in the role for a full semester already. And it hasn't been a semester that has gone smoothly, but that's life, right? We've experienced some tragedy, and we've had some good things as well. I joke somewhat with folks when I say students are so important to my role that it's in my title twice, right? So Vice President of Student Affairs and Dean of Students. I had not heard that joke, but wow, that is so true. Right,
that really
so
is.
For me, it's understanding how important this role is to the experiences of students. My role is to bring together some key departments that provide resources and support for the students who call MTSU home.
You're so visible at student events. Makai, our student body president, just sings your praises. And what I love about when we talked about the energy you bring to this, you're really diving into understanding what students want, what roles they can play, and how you can help support them. I want to dive into the weeds a little bit because there's something that you did that I thought was amazing. You've been great about looking at the things that have been done in the past and thinking, how do I build upon it rather than just starting afresh. But one of the things you started afresh on was you took the name of the Office of Student Conduct and you changed that. Talk about what you changed it to and why, because I think that's an important story.
Yeah, so this is my third vice presidency, and consistent across the board, best practices and the research shows that a lot of our conduct cases come out of the absence of care. We had a great system here at the university before I got here. What I challenged my team on was, how do we reimagine what this could be? Right? And out of that came this concept of having a care team and even expanding on our behavioral intervention team as well. So the care team is really the clearinghouse for all things involving students. A student could have had a death in their family, a student could be struggling with a thing. What we do is we help to figure out where the student needs to land to be best supported. Some of that work is already being done through the MT One-Stop Shop, right? But it's in a different way, right? So I'll give you an example. The crisis we had on campus last semester with the passing of Serenity Birdsong, we triaged a lot of students based on that, right? Whether it's triaging them through to counseling or other wellness opportunities. So the simplest way to describe that the care team is a clearinghouse for any issue a student can have. And I often share with them in the handbook between pages 47 and 49, because I do like to read. It indicates that the Office of Student Affairs is where students should come with any concerns that they have. So again, that mechanism was already in place. I just don't think we had pulled that lever in a visible way to say to students, hey, this is what this means when you seek us out and ask for help.
Okay, brand new year.
Yeah.
Here you are in your second semester.
Yeah.
You've got some objectives here. You've got some things that you want to accomplish. You've got a phrase that you're embedding into your organization. Talk a little bit about where you see your division going in the new year.
Shared governance for me, it's not just faculty and staff and the presidents and presidency and all the other usual suspects when we talk about on a college campus. I think students are a huge part of that. And one of the things that I heard consistently last semester from students was feeling as if their voices were not heard outside of specific administrators, right? Like they could go to the president, but collectively, what that looked like, right? And putting value on those experiences. So the leadership team, we call it the Student Affairs Leadership Team, or the SALT, and I have been having conversations around strategically what that means for us, right? Because we've gotten the priorities and we're able to flush through that. And from that, we came up with the notion that we will be executing, that when we engage with students, it's your journey, but our commitment, meaning it's an individual student's journey, right? Because MTSU is many things to many people, but our commitment is to be a part of that journey and be who you needed, not in a cookie cutter way, but in an intentional and individual way, to see you as a human being and to support you, not just where you are, and I know you've heard me say this before, but also where you dream. Because a lot of us, I know I at no point thought that I would be sitting as anybody's vice president when I was an undergrad, right? So how do we nurture those opportunities to encourage students to dream in color and allow them to do that? And show up for them in ways that we wanted folks to show up for us. There's a difference between being present and having presence, right? There's a difference between being somewhere and engaging with students. It's not enough for us to just show up and say, hey, and not engage, and not ask a student about their experience, and not ask them, how are you doing? You'd be surprised. I know you won't be surprised because that's genuinely what you do, right? At what you learn about a student or our students when you just pause, right? Because our lives get busy, right? We have the administrative piece and we have all these other pieces, but I think the nature of what Student Affairs is and does, we are concerned about the welfare of students, right? Everyone is, but it's in our job description. It's Student Affairs, right? So it's how do we navigate between being present and having a presence.
Dr. Das, boy, you're just hitting the ground running. What a great entry and what a great first semester at MTSU. I'm looking forward to the next semester, the semester we're in right now, and all the great things you and your team are doing in Student Affairs. Thank you so very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me. I look forward to coming back.
You will, I promise.
Thank you.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional content on our social media platforms, X, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. True Blue TV is available on major streaming services and our special app. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Life for a penguin can be harsh, but for this colony off the coast of South Africa, life is about to take a deadly turn. The question is, can they survive?
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina. Everybody loves penguins, right? Look at them, so cute, waddling along in their little tuxedos. But don't be fooled, these guys are serious survivors, able to thrive in some of nature's most extreme conditions, as you're about to find out. In today's program, you'll witness a colony of African penguins facing a life-threatening disaster, and the amazing call heard around the world for people to come to their rescue. You'll meet a special penguin with a royal namesake, and a feathered ambassador that almost came unglued. All this and more coming up now in this episode of Saving a Species, The Penguin Story.
Some people might think Africa is an unlikely place for penguins. But the southern tip of the continent is home to a fairly large colony of African penguins, at least by today's standards. Like most other species of penguins, the African penguin numbers are in decline. Less than 10% of the original African penguin populations remain. And with a worldwide total of about 56,000 breeding pairs, the African penguin is the only penguin species that breeds in Africa, and it's found nowhere else on the planet. They're listed as vulnerable for a variety of reasons. From early factors like the harvesting of eggs for food and habitat alterations, to more current threats such as pollution and overfishing, which jeopardize the penguins' food supplies. Today, African penguins are a major source of pride and entertainment for the residents of South Africa. Colonies found in seaside villages on the mainland, like Simonstown, bring tourists and their cameras to the area for year-round amusement. So it's no small wonder that when a tragic disaster threatened their beloved penguin population, locals and tourists alike responded in astounding numbers.
Cape Townians, we're a great bunch of people, we rock!
June 23, 2000 marked a tragic day off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, when an ore carrier called the Treasure developed a hole in the hull and sank 6 miles offshore. 2 of its fuel tanks ruptured, spilling over 1,000 tons of oil, and the resulting slick quickly hit Robben and Dasson Islands, both major breeding sites for African penguins. And to make matters worse, the spill occurred in the middle of the penguins' breeding season, putting thousands of birds at risk. This was to become the biggest evacuation and rescue attempt of wild birds in history.
It's an important cause over here.
The call for help was heard around the world. And within hours, governments, agencies, businesses, and individuals partnered to save the oiled penguins, headed up by 2 organizations well known for their rescue efforts. Salt River Station, an empty railroad maintenance warehouse in the industrial heart of Cape Town, was chosen as a viable rehab site. And within 1 day, water and electricity were installed, dry pools were set up, crushed shells were trucked in, and the rescue facility was up and running. Workers and volunteers captured the oiled birds and transported them from Dasson and Robben Islands by air, boat, and by truck to the facility where they would hopefully find refuge.
Including the African penguin, there are 17 total species of these specialized seabirds, just like this rockhopper with the adorable yellow crest. And here's a chinstrap penguin, named for obvious reasons. And here's a couple gentoos. And this is a king penguin, just slightly smaller than the largest species, the emperor penguin.
Lots of people make the mistake of thinking that penguins live at the North Pole. But it's the opposite, the South Pole, where many species reside. In fact, penguins are only found in the southern hemisphere.
And if you think all penguins are about ice and snow, think again.
Some species like the Magellanic, the Galapagos, the Humboldt, and the African penguins have adapted to warmer, temperate, and even tropical climates. Penguins eat krill, squid, and fish, and these fast-swimming birds catch their meals on the run, relying on their sharp sense of vision while hunting. Feeding the rescued African penguins was a primary concern for the caregivers. These birds had to be hand-fed, which was no small task considering the mounting size of this rescue. SeaWorld was one of many to respond to the African penguin disaster, sending 2 of their aviculturists halfway around the world to offer their services.
Back in 2000, when the Treasure sank off the coast of Cape Town, the South African government put out an international call for help. At that time, I had 13 years of experience working with penguins, a lot of hand-raising experience working with babies, so I think I was a good choice to go and assist with the rescue effort.
I was selected to go to South Africa because of the work that I've been able to do here at SeaWorld in San Diego of caring for penguins and also raising penguin chicks. Also, here at our park, we have an oiled wildlife care center where we have learned and been trained to care for oiled wildlife, particularly birds. And with that, going down to take care of the animals that were oiled, I was able to use those skills down there as well.
Even with years of experience under their belts, nothing prepared the rescue workers for this.
Our first day here was actually Sunday morning, and it was a complete shock to walk in and see the magnitude of this. Having worked with birds before in Orlando, I said, you know, a few penguins, how many could that be? But to see the number here was just overwhelming.
Overwhelming for the people and the penguins. Priorities had to be ranked in order to keep the birds alive, and food and water topped the list. But the volunteers quickly learned rescued penguins are not necessarily grateful for human help.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. So we've got all 3 methods going on.
Literally tons of fish were necessary to keep the penguins alive. Antibiotics and vitamins were supplied to combat illness and infection under such stressful circumstances. One particular activity really had a positive effect on the birds. Rail cars were tipped on their sides, lined with tarps, and filled with water, resulting in some very happy penguins. The initial rescue attempts with the adult birds seemed well under control. But remember, this was the middle of breeding season. That means there's a whole other side to this story. February 28, 1982 was a special day at SeaWorld San Diego. It marked the hatching of the first hand-raised king penguin at the park. Since that time, Tut, as he came to be known, has sired several chicks. And today, at nearly 25 years old, he's still an important family member at SeaWorld. How's that for a penguin encounter? Penguin chicks in the wild can have a tough road ahead of them. Luckily, they have 2 attentive parents they can depend on. This Gen 2 chick hatched out at SeaWorld has a little bit easier time of it. There you go, buddy. With an entire staff of attentive caretakers looking after it. Unfortunately, after the oil spill, many of the penguin chicks were separated from their parents, and the outlook for their future was pretty grim, until the arrival of some helping human hands. Most species of penguins lay 1 or 2 eggs at a time, and generally only one of the chicks survives. Both parents actively participate in tending the eggs and raising their young. This actually created a problem for the African penguins following the oil spill. This spill wasn't big in comparison to other spills, but since it occurred during the penguin nesting season, it interfered with their feeding process. Penguin parents regurgitate partially digested fish and other food items to their chicks. In order to hunt their prey, the African penguins had to swim through the slick, and oiled feathers eventually would keep them from being waterproof and able to regulate their body temperature. Also, the birds often ingested oil, and when they returned to their nests, the regurgitated food was contaminated. So between the feather coating and the toxicity, it wouldn't take long before both the penguins and the chicks would perish. Luckily, Lauren Dubois and a team of experts arrived on the scene.
first arrived, there was nothing set up for the chicks. They had set aside a room for us, but pretty much they were waiting for us to arrive. I was working with a colleague of mine from the Baltimore Zoo, Steve Serro, and we started making sure that we were getting the pens set up for the birds. We got tarps set up. We started getting some of our scales, anything that we thought we would need for the chicks.
Once an initial assessment was made of the chicks, one of two directions was taken. If they were older, they were moved to the area with the bigger birds. Or they began the process of rehab with Lauren's team.
The feeding process is pretty much force feeding them. We want them to get some food in there, which is pretty much grabbing the bird, opening up their bill, and putting a fish in their mouth. On the smaller birds, it's a little difficult because some of the fish is so big, so we'll just cut the fish in half and feed them some of the fish tails instead.
Under the rehab team's constant care, Lauren remained optimistic about the chicks' futures.
The outlook for these birds is very good, or at least I'm very hopeful. I look at these birds and they're very fat. They look in good shape. There's no oil on them. They all look very healthy. So the prognosis, I feel, is very good. I feel that we'll be able to go out and release these birds and at least give them a good chance to survive.
Penguins are warm-blooded seabirds that don't actually fly. Since they often have to endure frigid waters and extreme weather conditions, 4 primary adaptations help them survive. Their body fat that provides insulation, changes in their metabolic rate when they're on land versus when they're in the water, a blood flow system that adjusts to conserve or release body heat, and feathers. Their feathers are stiff and very thick. In fact, they're 7 times more dense than a chicken's. Although feathers play an important part in keeping them warm, temperate penguins, like the African penguin, need to release heat in warmer weather. So unfeathered, bare patches around their eyes and beaks allow heat to escape. Left alone, the oiled penguin's feathers would no longer be waterproof, and eventually the birds would become waterlogged, unable to swim and unable to regulate their body temperature. Cleaning the feathers was essential before the birds could survive in the wild.
We work together as a team to be picking animals for wash. It's important that the animal is strong enough and healthy enough to be washed.
First, the birds were sprayed with vegetable oil to dissolve the tanker oil.
The difference between when they go into the cleaning room and come out of the cleaning room is phenomenal.
Then, they were washed in dishwashing soap. They were washed.
They have their black and white coloration back.
And washed.
And the birds look so good.
And then washed again.
They even look happier.
Next, they were rinsed in fresh water, then set under heat lamps to dry overnight.
There is no long-term effects from the oil with regards to their feather coloration.
It took 2 volunteers on the average of 1 hour to wash 1 penguin. So on a good day, 500 to 600 penguins were washed. Cleaned birds also received fluids, vitamins, and a flipper band for identification. The Cape Town rescue was a collective, massive effort. In the end, would it make a difference? Only time would tell. Animal rescues aren't always on a big scale. So it was a lucky day for one little penguin when the staff at SeaWorld San Antonio got pretty creative. They discovered a crack in one of their penguin's eggshells and sealed it up with glue. Elmer, as he was appropriately named, hatched with no problem at all. And today is a SeaWorld celebrity ambassador, teaching kids all around the country about penguins and a caring staff's ingenuity. How's that for a penguin encounter?
Times of crisis really show what the human spirit is made of. For a total of 6 weeks, the people in Cape Town worked tirelessly, side by side, to help save the oiled penguins. IFA and SANCOB organized this enormous effort, pulling in corporate, government, and nonprofit partners from around the globe. We've all heard the expression, it takes a village. Well, in this case, it took that and more.
It's a lot to manage, but we're doing it.
Are you wondering what it takes to coordinate a rescue this big? Every aspect has to be thought out and responded to, and it all has to happen like yesterday. International Fund for Animal Welfare, or IFA, and South African Foundation for the Conservation of Coastal Birds, SANCCOB for short, pulled together dozens of organizations for the effort, and supplies and donations poured in. Fish, lots of fish, in fact 361 tons at Salt River alone. Vitamins, equipment, pools and liners, cleaning agents, cleaning gear, protective gear, boxes, transportation, even a Red Cross station was set up inside the facility to care for human injuries. And then you need the people to make it all happen. So how do you spread the word?
On the radio 2-3 times a day, about 4 or 5 different local and national radio slots. I talk to people, I cajole them, I beg them, and we've had an overwhelming response.
Of course, a booming voice helps.
My bit happens to be a big body with a big voice, and I just organize the people, I yell at them, I smile at them, I encourage them, and I keep things going.
Thousands of volunteers answered. People came after putting in a full shift at their regular jobs. Day after day they showed up with big smiles and amazing attitudes as they got ready to do some very dirty work.
The cleaning, the scrubbing, it's not all glamorous. There's a lot of hard, back-breaking work in it, but it's all part, we're all here for the penguins.
It's all about the penguins, but it was the people that made it all about the penguins. This shared sense of coming together for the cause moved literally every one of the workers.
I never had the remotest idea what this would be like. This is utterly overwhelming.
People are coming together. Most of us are here on a volunteer basis, and that's been a super part of this. It's been great to be here.
It's important for us to also be involved in that conservation, and so this is our opportunity to do the right thing.
When you have a disaster like this, and I think that's an appropriate word, is a disaster, considering this is one of the largest animal rescues ever, to take a look at things that are involved, is just getting the people here to help out.
It's an important cause over here.
But Big Mike said it best.
If we had to factor in the cost of the manpower, it would be astronomical. And the only reason we keep the costs down is because the people are prepared to help. And Cape Townians, we're a great bunch of people. We rock!
All the volunteers were a great bunch of people. All 40,000 of them. Because in the end, that's how many people showed up to help the African penguins. Standing over 3 feet tall, the largest of the penguins, the emperor penguin, lives its entire life in and around Antarctica. SeaWorld San Diego became the first place outside of Antarctica to hatch and raise an emperor chick. Since then, all the SeaWorld parks continue to participate in comprehensive breeding programs for all of our penguins, welcoming many additions to our SeaWorld family. How's that for a penguin encounter? The response to the African penguin crisis shows what can happen when people join forces for wildlife conservation. Because of thousands of helping hands, the vulnerable population of African penguins got a second chance at survival. And all this time, energy, and hard work was leading up to a single goal: the day the penguins could be released and swim home.
This spill in South Africa, in Cape Town, is probably, to the best of my knowledge, one of the largest responses in history to oiled wildlife. It may not be the largest spill by volume of oil spilled, and it may not have the most miles of coastline affected, but it by far has the most live animals retrieved, brought into captivity for rehabilitation. So this is an extremely large spill response here in Cape Town.
After 6 weeks of caring for the oiled birds, the last penguin rescued received his bath, and it was time to send the final birds home.
Fortunately, these chicks right here were not oiled, so we didn't have to clean them.
Several weeks had passed since the chicks had been rescued. They thrived under the watchful eyes of the rescue team, so they were strong and healthy and ready to survive on their own. Their down was replaced with waterproof feathers, making it possible for them to swim from the shore to their home islands.
Well, this is what it's all about. This is
It's come full circle, so it feels like all of the efforts have been a success in seeing these set free. And
before their release, they were sprayed with pink dye, so researchers could easily identify them. The adult penguins were marked as well, and then fitted with an ID tag on their flipper. Finally, the birds were crated and ready to transport to the sea. It was an emotion-packed day for the workers and volunteers.
To actually reach a goal like this is truly remarkable.
This was definitely a good day for us.
Relief is a big one. The relief is a big one. They got out before anything bad could happen to them.
So in the long ride for these chicks that we've released, and I'm very happy for them. They're doing extremely well. It was a nice release.
It's always wonderful, wherever I am, even if it's one bird or 600, that's awesome, It's a wonderful feeling because it's an accomplishment.
It was a long haul for both the animals and the people. But in the end, a remarkable contribution to penguin conservation. Not all of the birds taken off Robben and Dasson Islands were oiled. In an attempt to prevent these birds from becoming harmed, volunteers saved 21,000 penguins by collecting unoiled birds and transporting them to Port Elizabeth and releasing them to swim home, where they would arrive after the worst of the oil spill was over. This step in prevention is a strong example of proactive conservation. Today, many human activities are impacting penguins. Hunting, coastal development, pollution, and overharvesting of fish stocks that penguins eat top the list of threats. Currently, all 17 species of penguins are legally protected, and at least 5 species are considered at risk for becoming extinct. Like IFAW and Sandcob, other groups such as the Captive Breeding Specialist Group work towards the conservation of penguins. The SeaWorld parks maintain Emperor, King, Macaroni, Adelie, Gentoo, Chinstrap, Rockhopper, Magellanic, and Humboldt penguins, and each of these species has successfully reproduced. SeaWorld San Diego participates in the species survival plan for the endangered Humboldt penguin, helping to maintain diversity within this species. In addition, SeaWorld parks also employ 2 stud bookkeepers to track the captive breeding of Chinstrap, Adelie, and King penguins. Finally, the Oiled Wildlife Care Center at SeaWorld San Diego serves as a valuable resource to assist oiled animals in times of crisis.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
Major disasters remind us how vulnerable an entire animal population can be. But a crisis isn't the only time you can help. Conservation happens every day at a local level. Get involved with a zoological park or aquarium in your town and find out what you can do. When the Cape Town call for action was heard around the world, many responded. We offered help, but what we got back in return was invaluable.
There's so many wonderful animals in this world. There's so many wonderful people in the world that care so much about them. To see everybody come together and want to work and really just take care of those animals was incredible. I think being able to come back and share that with the people here in the United States and just even at SeaWorld has been the greatest thing for me.
I learned more about people, myself included, on this trip, I think, than any single thing I've done to date. The sheer number of volunteers that showed up every day at the Salt River railway station was just overwhelming. It just kind of reaffirms your faith in humanity when you see how willing people are to donate their time. It really showed that people can truly be compassionate when there's another species that's in need of their help.
The African penguin rescue remains the largest, most successful bird rescue in history to date. Over 40,000 volunteers saved more than 43,000 birds total. They cleaned about 22,000 birds and achieved a 90% survival rate upon their release. This monumental success happened because a lot of caring people showed up and made a difference. From Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Penguin Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The penguins featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support through the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is January 27, 2025. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes from the last meeting. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion.
I second.
Motion from Mr. Chuck and a second from Miss Mary Jane. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So we'll jump right into it with this upcoming event. I hope it's as big as it has been the last couple of years. Miss Kathy, tell us about the father-daughter dance.
Father-daughter dance is this Saturday from 2 to 4 at LaVergne Middle School in the gymnasium. It's got an Aladdin Arabian Nights theme. We've got the photo booth, snacks, and dancing. We did advertise it through the school. They have a digital website now for the students. So it went digital to email to the parents, correct? So it sends them a link, and then they can see the image and the information. So hopefully it will be as big as the last couple of years.
To all the schools or certain schools?
Certain schools. I can pick the schools that support LaVergne students.
Okay. And there's no age limit?
Correct. Everybody is welcome. No age limit. Everybody. Sons, daughters, grandparents, parents, everybody is welcome. And no fee. It is free to attend.
Is the Mermaids going to make it this year?
They are not going to make it this year, no. Nope.
Those are a big hit.
So how does that work? Just show, is it a admission at the door for, like, if I decide to bring my daughter? Come on, let's go up here.
No, there's no charge.
No charge, no pre-registration. It is just show up and enjoy yourself. Walk-ins welcome.
From 2 to 4?
From 2 to 4, correct.
That's something for it.
Kevin, your daughter, well, your granddaughters too, would really enjoy that. This is and correct me if I'm wrong, Kathy, but this is the one time a year that you can dress up.
It is, yeah.
Dress to the nines.
You can. It's so cute because the little girls dress
Yeah,
up and the
the
dads
little
dress up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have a really nice photo booth that Bobby's making for us. So
Yeah, it's always a big fun time. I wish I had a little granddaughter to bring. And you got several, so.
I got 2.
So
Got a grandson on the way.
Bring him too. Yeah, just and I'll bring you up to date on this. The father-daughter dance at one time, we had some people on the board that felt like it shouldn't be called father-daughter, that it should be called, I don't remember what we used to call it.
Yeah.
What was it?
Winter formal.
Winter formal.
Yeah.
And you couldn't, 10 people showed up. So go back to the father-daughter dance and just put it out there that anybody, and I think I put it on Facebook, anybody and everybody. Just, Any questions about that? And it won't be long. We'll be doing the Easter drive again. Is that you, David?
That is Kathy. Most of this
Okay.
stuff on here is Kathy.
I was trying to make you feel important.
That's all right. Hey, I don't mind them taking the lead. I'm good in the back row.
So the Easter drive-through is going to be Saturday, April 12th. It starts at 10 a.m. While supplies last. Otherwise, it is 10 to 11:30. It will be like the previous years where you funnel into the main entrance at the park and we'll funnel you out through the back at the condos. We are going to invite other city departments to participate as well. So it's a fun time. It's been a great turnout every year. So
We have this same conversation every year. It's organized. Every child, every parent, every grandparent is treated the same. It can be a little bit frustrating because of the traffic line. So anybody that's watching at home, or if any of you all want to put it out there, get there early.
last year the guys filtered the cars through the front parking lot pretty good to where we could keep most of the traffic off of that main road. So at least get them into the park. And I think that went well. And we do have the golden eggs. So there are still prize opportunities with a drive-through.
And we got the Easter Bunny coming.
We do.
Any questions? Lord, they done got us down here. We're going to talk about the Fall Festival already.
All right, Fall Festival. We wanted to discuss the music element of the event.
So, trying to get y'all's opinion on this, because that's why you guys are here. The last several years, we've tried to expand, and you guys know 5 or 6 years ago, we started bringing in some higher named acts or some acts that cost us a little more money. We brought in Resurrection. They were here 1 year. Then the Eagle Maniacs came the next year, and then Resurrection came back. Prince came 1 year, Prince Tribute Band. And as a department, we don't feel like we're getting a return on our investment. As much money as we are tying up into that, we don't think the crowd's coming out to see it. So our question is, do we want to continue to move forward and explore something like that? And we have some figures that we can share with you guys. Or we feel like we are getting as much play out of some radio stations and a DJ being there as we are a band on the football field or a band relocated somewhere. So that's kind of, we wanted to open that up to kind of get a little feedback. I know several of y'all have attended, and you've seen our attendance on that. So we don't know if we're throwing good money after bad, because we're having the audio tied up, we're having to rent a stage trailer, having to secure the bands. And if it's somebody that's not local, then we do have to go through the contract process. Even with our local bands, we're getting a little, they have a recognition, so they bring some people in, but is it worth still the rental on the audio and the stage trailer for what crowd we're bringing in? And we have tried it everywhere. We've tried it on the baseball field. We've tried it in the front parking lot. We've tried it in the front grass up there by the tennis courts. We have tried it, did I say football field? It's on football field. So we don't have a good answer for it. So that's kind of what we wanted to bring to you guys. Is that something, is anybody going to be heartbroken if we go away from the live music but provide a DJ or a couple radio stations?
But now, okay, along with this, we're going to have the parade.
The parade will still, everything else will still take place that day.
Okay.
It's just that
inside
we can
the park.
still explore the live music. We just feel like with the amount of funds that we're getting tied up in there, can we offer something better and do away from the live music? Or I'd say we are probably at an average every year we're spending $15,000 on stage trailer, audio, securing music acts. And then if we get a bigger name in here, I want to say several years ago, the Prince and those type tribute bands were probably anywhere from $7,500 to...
Prince was $9,000.
Prince was $9,000. The others were $5,500 to $7,000. So, and you know, along with that goes to bring those people in here, you have to have the stage trailer here and you have to have the audio on site. So we just want to throw that out there.
What did you mean by radio stations? To see if like a radio station want to come out here and host it?
Not hosted, like the Buzz FM has come out a couple times.
Mhm.
Jack FM has come out, and they'll play music during the event, and they also do giveaways, and they interact with the public.
Yeah.
So you get the music aspect, plus you get interaction.
Since there's not that many people, that would probably be the best way to do it with the DJ, and then they can play all different types of music.
We had a DJ at the block party, and not many people visit the DJ. We get more response with the radio station and the giveaways. than
Well,
with
that's
the
what I
DJ.
meant, the radio
Oh, okay.
station was it, because that's what they go with.
Right, okay.
Yeah, the radio personalities, DJ, come down and
Mhm.
that would be better than the live. 'Cause like I said, that would be too costly. I mean,
Right.
in this way, like I said, they can play all the music everybody likes.
And with the radio stations, you buy a package and they advertise for you. So it's not just them coming, they actually advertise our event on the radio.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing to ask.
So it's part of a package deal. So,
I think that might be the way to go.
yeah, I mean, last
Well,
year,
We don't know what to do because we've explored every avenue, and this goes back 8 or 9 years ago to when we brought the Willis Clan in. I don't know if you guys remember, the Willis Clan had a reality TV show. There was like 11, 12, 13 of them in the family. We thought, all right, this is going to blow it out of the water. We might have had 100 people at the most there. And what that cost to us was, their figure was considerably higher than the $14,000. So
it seems like it's a part of advertising that we're having a problem with.
I don't know if it's advertising because even the Willis Clan pushed it out on their own stuff, and they had the reality TV show. So they were, I mean, at the time, they were pretty well known. It's just getting people to come here and listen to it. And, you know, Resurrection is a Journey tribute band. They're huge. They draw, you could probably look them up, and they draw thousands everywhere they go. And we had a clicker, and we probably had 125 people there. And if somebody drove down the road and they even looked at the football field, we were counting. I don't have a good answer. That's kind of like we brought it to you guys because we go over it all the time. What's the winning combination here?
Well, could we move it somewhere else, closer to the road, or?
Well, we have moved it. You know, it's been in the front parking lot in
Yeah.
the middle of everybody.
Right.
Several years ago, we had an outside rep come in, and he kind of did all of the music for us, and he secured the acts. And that was in the front field, and it's still in the middle of the day. There was one person on the bleachers listening to it. So yeah, we don't know what the answer is.
We have a good crowd at the food court. So last year we put them in the food court and still didn't get any foot traffic over on the music side.
I'd say radio station's the way to go.
I think, and I'll try to be as non-partisan as I can, but I think with LaVergne being so diverse that any kind of music you bring is going to be a hit and miss because if you had a band that came in that played majority Hispanic music, I think that would be huge because that's just the way our community is. I don't know that you could bring in, it's like I put a question out on Facebook the other day, name me one restaurant, just one, not two, just one, that everybody would agree on. There's not. There's not one. You're not going to satisfy. So the money's not worth it. I'll tell you something I would like to maybe look into. We used to kind of do it. Just pick out a time in the summer there sometime. And obviously with David being involved, it would probably be the hottest, most smoldering evening.
But you can guarantee some rain to cool.
Guarantee it'll rain. But maybe look into having just a singled out music night by itself. Now, music-wise, I don't know.
Well,
I myself, all those bands, I even liked, I went to Nashville one night and watched, they had a band down there that was Motown. I loved it. But you bring that kind of band in, you're going to get a bunch of us old fogey people, a lot of the African-American people. The Hispanics ain't coming. Young people, my son and I was sitting at Chappie's today, and they had on Motown, and I was doing my best to sing, whatever you want to call it, caterwauling. He's like, Dad, I've never even heard of this. So the position you're in is not easy. And to answer your question, for that kind of money, no, I don't think you should even entertain it, because if people come to Fall Festival to come up there to walk around, look at things, the vendors, you know, I don't think it's worth the money myself. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know with such a diverse community, any kind of one particular music that you bring is not going to satisfy, I should say, everybody. So,
Well, music in the parks, if we were to host some of those are more manageable for us because most of those bands bring their own sound equipment, and it also takes the stage out of it. So that's a savings there. So actually all we're paying for is the band. So that is more manageable for us.
We could
and
still...
actually, you draw the same you'll probably draw a bigger crowd on something like that. When we used to have them, it would be generally we'd have 50 people. So we'd have more people watching that than you would at the Fall Festival.
Couldn't we, if you did something like that, a music in the park, could we not, the city, could we not furnish the stage? Is that a big expense?
Well, if you remember, if you know the concrete pad back there at Pavilion B, that's why years ago that was kind of formed and poured so we could host music back there. So we have an electrical outlet that will push all of that power required. And at the time, it was thought to host that in the evening when the sun goes down, and then people sit kind of back in the trees a little bit. So we had decent turnouts there.
Yeah, I was there a couple of times. But maybe not even have this discussion about the music. So let's keep, in my opinion, Fall Festival, keep it to just that. If you want to do a radio station that's a very minimal charge, then, pick out one that's willing to play some diverse music. If that's possible.
Well, you don't find too many of those.
You don't really find any of them. It's kind of up to the DJ and the radio station to play it, but like I said, we live in a community to where
They're diverse.
Very. What do you think, Mr. Kevin?
Yeah, like I said, to me it's a no-brainer. I mean, I would go with the radio station and let them do all the advertising and all the pub, but we need to get out to it because I think it's something to do with advertising. So people because I don't know any of those bands. I like music. All of them you just named, I don't know none of those. And I'm sure a lot of people around LaVergne don't know. Well, some may not, but I don't know. They wouldn't attract me because I don't know them. So, like I said.
When you're sitting on your lawnmower, what kind of music you got in your iPods?
I don't wear iPods. I just think green, man. I just think green when I'm on that.
I get it. But that's something that you got till, so you got 9 months, Kathy, that's just our opinions. Certainly my opinion. You know me, I'm very opinionated, but and it seems no matter how hard you guys, how much heart and time you put into this, you're not going to make everybody happy. It's not going to happen. All right, any more discussion about the Fall Festival? I know they're hard to get, good ones. Is there any way to implement a food truck thing into that day out there somehow?
If we did a music in the park?
No, just the Fall Festival, just more.
They have food trucks.
We have
more food. I'm talking about,
I think we had 18 last year.
Yeah, we generally try to limit it to 2 of the same kind, so they're not, you don't have 5 barbecue vendors and they're all competing and nobody's making money.
So if you have a music in the park, implement.
Just have a food truck
things
food trucks there for the audience. We could, yes.
I mean, we work hard. You guys work hard on trying to get things for the community. It's not about the city, it's not about Parks and Rec, it's about the community, and that's a tough job.
And we've got such a diverse bunch of people that it's kind of hard.
All right, so we'll move on to the, Lord, they've got us plumb up to December, the winter.
Well, there's a reason that's
The
on.
winter festival.
And it's because we want to keep you guys informed so you don't hear of something down the line and be like, well, we didn't know anything about that. We're on the Parks Board. So here's where we're at with the Winter Festival. 3 years ago, we tried something new. We were going to open up a crafts fair ahead of the Winter Festival. It is not working for us. It's not working for our vendors. We do not get the same vendors back because they're not selling enough the previous year. So the vendors we had this year, I'm not 100% sure any of them were repeat from last year. So our thought is, if it's not working for us, why keep putting forth the effort? Because we don't know what to do to make that better either. And we're looking at trying to remove that element out of it, but continue to keep everything else, the skating ring, the parade, the tree lighting. We're just not getting the feedback from the vendors that they want to come back.
I can see that mostly because of Mother Nature. This year was nice though, but you're going to try to get a hot chocolate and coffee truck up there.
We talked about going back to the senior center doing that as well. It was a little more intimate event, so we were going to reach out to them tomorrow after today's discussion to see if they would do the cookies and the hot chocolate again. Because a lot of people this last year asked where the cookies and hot chocolate from the senior center were. They missed it. So we were going to still do Santa's Village, snow rink, fireworks, tree lighting, parade, and then senior center.
I know me and Mrs. Skinner had to run security for Santa.
Yeah,
No,
it was very popular.
Well, it wasn't the kids, it was the adults. Because they wanted to get in and out quickly, and they're like, just let my kid go through. And it was like, no, the line's back there.
And some of y'all may know some vendors that have set up at that craft fair before, and you can get some firsthand information from them to see how it went.
I don't think you have to ask them. I could see it, but I guess if they just wanted to, I'm sure you wouldn't say no to them.
I wouldn't say no if they wanted to come. I just, with the time we have it from, excuse me, from 3 to 8, and with the parade being in the middle of that, it's just the parade takes all the audience away from the vendors. You can't do it too much earlier because then that stretches it out. And you're not going to get the same people stay, or they're going to want to come around the parade and not come out twice. And you can't have it much later because it's cold after dark.
Well, one thing I've noticed, it seems like we're getting the wrong vendors. It's like people selling jewelry and stuff like that, and not everybody is coming there to pick up jewelry. And I don't know how to fix that. I'm just saying, like,
Right.
it just seems like it's the wrong group of people coming out.
It was originally plugged as Christmas gift items. Every item they sold needed to be a Christmas gift or Christmas themed item. It could be Christmas wreaths, so forth. We had those the first couple of years, but without the sales, they didn't come back.
Yeah.
So at this point, it was okay. If you want to attend, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It just, I
Yeah.
remember I went through all of them and looked at them, and I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Hot chocolate and cookies is good with me.
But I think if there's some way that we could have it like indoors. I know it's.
Yeah, with the snow rink being in the park, it limits us to being able to move it anywhere else.
Right.
And that's part of the festival.
Yeah.
Because we had discussed that as well.
Okay.
Speaking of the snow rink, Andrew, you were probably up there quite a bit. How did it go this year?
We actually had probably 450, 500 participants this year, so it's definitely increased from over the previous years. So we got a lot more traction this year, and we did keep it open a few extra days back in beginning of January that we did have some families come out and use it that time also. So that's something we'll definitely do next January also, probably.
Sad to say, I didn't.
We didn't see you out there.
No, I couldn't hardly walk.
But yeah, we definitely had more participation this year than we've had in previous years.
Yeah.
Did Kevin come up and put on a display, or?
No, I was out of town.
He was out of town.
I was out of town. I was coming though.
Yeah, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Miss Hope's already told me to put you on the spot for putting her on the spot about singing.
You didn't get her to sing.
No, but I didn't get none of this. Okay, any more questions about we'll be talking about this as the year goes along, but every year I say the same thing, man. It'll be, I know it's January, but all this stuff will be here before we know it. All right, so I guess we'll move on to soccer. Who's that?
I'm going to turn that over to Andrew, but we hit you with two things that we're removing. Hopefully he can shed some light on what we're going to be adding.
You're taking the ball away?
What's that?
So you're taking the ball away?
Oh, they didn't renew their contract in baseball softball league.
No, I just meant like.
Oh no. He's got good news for you, hopefully.
So about a week and a half ago, I've been in talks with the organization to be named at a later date, but they are excited about coming to LaVergne to host youth soccer on our baseball fields in the outfield. They have approximately 12 to 18 teams where they're operating right now, and they're running out of space. So if we can, or we're going to get all the legal work done, but we get the legal work done with the city, hopefully by August, we'll be able to have soccer August through October over at Veterans Park. So we're definitely moving forward once we get all the paperwork finalized on that aspect. I just got an email from them today saying they were excited about coming over here. So they're established, and they got a good name in the community, and I think it'll be a great fit for our city.
When he says 12 to 18 teams, that's what they currently have, so they are out of space.
Yeah.
But they will also open that up. It's local here anyway, but it'll be pushed out to LaVergne families also. I think their concern is they're going to be scrambling to get coaches, because this is going to blow up. It's going to blow up on us.
Oh, it's going to explode. So before I start asking all my questions, y'all go ahead.
I'm not a big soccer fan, but I do get to come sometimes and watch them play. And I think if we can get somebody up here, we got kids that want to play soccer.
Miss Mary, what I know about soccer, you could put on the end of that ink pen. But what I know about kids and soccer, you couldn't fit in this building.
Oh, no.
So we looking at particular ages?
So right now they currently operate, I believe, from 3-year-olds to 10-year-olds. So that's the foundation they're working with right now. Maybe in the future they might be looking to expand, but at the moment that's their age demographics. And that fits perfect for the park because we don't have a full-size regulation soccer field in LaVergne that the city owns. So we're able to utilize our baseball fields with those age ranges.
So that's a great, that makes me think of a good question, or I think so. Does like a 3- and 4-year-old, do they play on a smaller field than a 10-year-old?
Yes.
That I know.
It's just different dimensions for your age brackets. Even the goal sizes are different for each age division.
And I'm sure you all have talked about it, and I usually keep up with this, but I kind of been out of source. What's your tentative plan for the parks up there?
As far as soccer goes?
As far as fencing and...
they're going to be playing on our existing baseball fields because, the current league didn't renew their contract. So we have an organization, a homeschool organization, that's going to use a couple of fields on the front. This organization seems to think they could use two fields on the back, possibly 3. We may dedicate one whole complex to them so we can kind of rotate them in and out so they're not beating the field up all the time. But according to him, he thinks he can get at least 2 junior-sized fields on one outfield.
So you plan on using front and back baseball fields
Yes.
until we get an RFP out for baseball and softball, or what?
Somewhere down the line, this organization may step off into that also. So
Okay.
we really haven't kind of in the department discussed the baseball, softball because we knew it wasn't coming this year. So our main attention turned to soccer.
Okay.
If we can get soccer in here, I don't have an answer to baseball, softball. I don't know if that's ever going to be successful here. It's hard for the Parks Department to say that, but I don't know what the winning combination.
I think it's a realistic statement, David, because of because of our diverse community, and soccer is where it's at. But I think maybe instead of us going chasing it this time, I think it'll come to us.
Well, the one good thing I will say about soccer is, as far as our department goes and their organization goes, there's way less moving parts to this thing. We don't have to track money. We don't have to chase money down. They don't have to wait on us to prep fields, so it takes a whole lot of that legwork out of it. They don't host tournaments. They don't turn a profit. They don't owe us any money. We don't owe them any money. It's just kind of more like a partnership that's working together instead of us having to schedule our staff 3-4 weekends out of the summer to host tournaments. This kind of take that out of it. And I think our community is going to get a way bigger benefit on the front end for trying to make soccer work than it would be at this point with a baseball, softball league. Not saying we want to get away from that. At some point, we'd definitely like to revisit it. We'd almost have to. But in our tenure here, it hasn't been very successful.
So they're going to furnish their own goals, their own striping?
So what we've discussed currently is the materials that they have now. If they were to come in the fall, they would have their own goals, and they would initially line out the fields themselves. Our staff at the park would come back in and paint the fields weekly, but they would be supplying the product this year. Now, in the future, that might change if they were to.
I'm excited. I'm glad we're getting started because I think it'll grow like wildfire. What about the concession stands?
They do not have any concession stands usage, so that's.
So all you got to do is open up the bathrooms.
They come in. This organization has a paid representative that stays on site with all teams, coaches, the entire time that something's happening. So that individual is the one that's responsible for locking up the bathrooms, opening the facilities, things of that nature.
And what about our legal team? Are
They have been notified, and everything that they have sent back with us has been positive.
Good. Well, I'm excited. I know I've been wanting it for a long time. I hate about the other, but it just doesn't seem like kids, and I'm not picking on Kevin, but if we had more Kevins as far as volunteering, coaching, and things like that, things would be good, but we don't, so we have to move on. All right, I'm excited about that. Stay tuned. We'll be watching. Anybody else got any questions about soccer? And now workshops. I don't know what that is, so I'll just turn that over to whoever.
That's going to be Kathy and Molly, I think.
All right.
Oh, Molly. All right, Molly, step up to the microphone.
So we have been discussing maybe offering some workshops out of the multipurpose building quarterly, free to the public. So a woodworking workshop, back to the basics, auto care workshop, just different things free to the public that different age groups. So the woodworking could be for kids, like the local hardware store does build a birdhouse or whatever. And then the auto would be the teenage driver age group. show them how to change oil, check their oil, change a tire, just basics that they might not already know.
Man, I know a bunch of people that need that.
Yeah, and then some other ideas we can come up with. So right now we're looking to maybe do it quarterly on a Friday at the multipurpose, maybe starting at 6 o'clock, and then however long it takes for each individual workshop.
So you're gonna set up like stages, or?
As far as the auto, or
I mean, if you're doing all that inside of the multipurpose, are you gonna have like a different?
Well, it'll be
word, a booth?
one workshop each session. So the first one's probably going to be the woodworking.
Okay,
So,
I got
right,
you.
yeah, because we'll probably do one a quarter. So the woodworking, we have somebody in the department that could show them how to build a birdhouse or a wooden toolbox, whatever kit we decide on. And then the next one, somebody else, it would be outside, so that one's not going to be in March, with nicer weather, to show how to do maintenance on a vehicle, just for the ones that have never been shown, that would know how to take care of it themselves. And
You
then
got people lined up for these things?
we haven't, this is the first, we've looked into it, but we've not talked to the public about it. We're bringing it to you first.
Oh, I bet there'd be several people that would volunteer to, even the high school, and, yeah.
We have the city mechanic, he's agreed to do the basic auto.
Thomas, that's a good one.
And one of our staff can do the kind of wood shop. We may try to partner with other departments within the city at some point, maybe the fire hall, just kind of get them over there. Kids love fire engines and stuff like that, maybe the library one night. So, yeah, we're kind of kicking around different ideas. It's something we had thought about several years ago when the Parks Department thought we were going to take over the police substation, and then that kind of went to the wayside. So this is another idea. Our building's not really renting 100% of the time anyway. So Kathy wanted to kind of offer something back, and she kind of felt bad because she wanted to get rid of music. She was like, I got to replace it with something.
It's just something else to offer to the public.
I think that's awesome, Kathy. Whoever came up with that, have you, do other cities offer that?
I've not looked at it to see, honestly.
I don't think so.
I don't think they do. I know a lot of cities have contractors that offer. A lot of cities don't even do the events we do. They have outside organizations that host a lot of their events.
Kevin can come over and teach them how to sharpen lawnmower blades and check oil, and I'm gonna keep you busy.
Yeah, I see. It's good.
No, I think that's great. I think there's a lot to that because, man, I know when my kids were young, I taught them how to change tires, check the oil, power steering, you know. I'm sure our guests in the audience ain't got a clue about what we're talking about, so no, I think that's a great idea.
This is things that they used to have in schools.
Things we need to bring back.
Yeah,
They don't have that in schools anymore.
good common sense thing. All right.
We could have a cursive writing class
I know, that's
one
what I was
night.
thinking.
Or balance each
Buddy, I would be,
Right there.
I'm terrible. I didn't know how bad I was. I really didn't.
All I can do is write cursive. I can't print. You can't read my printing.
I can hardly sign my name. I've forgotten how to make letters. All right, so let's move on to the next one, movies.
Okay, so because of the weather with our movies having to cancel for wind and rain, we have purchased a drop-down movie screen for the multipurpose building. So we're going to start hosting movies out of the multipurpose building as well.
Well, that'd be great.
And we'll probably start with maybe a summer series like we did a few years ago for when the kids are out of school, maybe one a month, for June, July, and August.
Can we put some stuff to help with echo in there?
Baby steps. We got a movie screen.
I don't think that stuff's that expensive.
Yeah, the acoustics in there is not good for music,
Yes,
but, you know, people just, you know.
Yeah.
That's great. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
It's a good idea. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
play a movie, get a bunch of kids in there.
Oh, I know. We've had it at the school the last couple times, but it is it's such a big gymnasium, and for the crowd that we get, we can easily host them out of the multipurpose building.
Do you get a big crowd?
I mean, last time we got about maybe 40 people.
So there again, this is just my opinion. You can run with it. I think you should pick out a movie that is in Spanish and make sure we get it advertised. And the Hispanic kids, parents would come to that, because even though the kids speak English, the parents do not, but they're the ones that have to get the kids to the movie. And they're not going to bring them if they don't understand them. And I think that it's time that we start catering to the diversity of we can't do it for everybody, because we probably got 25 different ethnics in the city, but but I'd like to see our children, and I think it'd be a good place to maybe talk about soccer.
Start recruiting?
Well, just putting it out there, because, there again, those parents understand it. To whereas a parent like me or grandparent, I come watch the kids have fun, run and have fun and sweat, but as far as what's going on, it's like hockey. I support the Preds. I love that the people are flocking, but I don't know anything about hockey. And I'm not afraid to admit it. So any questions, concerns, comments? All right, as you all know, I have changed the meetings. If you get mad at anybody, it's all on me. It's not got nothing to do with the city or the mayor. It's all me. So our next meeting will be March. I've decided to start having them every other month, unless there is something that maybe we need to meet about. Molly will send us a thing, and we'll try to make a special meeting, but every other month. So our next meeting will be March 17th, 2025. With that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
Stand back, sir.
The time is now 5:03, and I'd like to call this meeting of the LaVergne Library Board to order. Today is January 13th, 2025. Our first order of business today is our board appointments, and as I am not your normal host this evening, I would like to open the floor to any nominations for a board chair.
I'll nominate Glenn back to chairman for rejoining the board.
I second.
Okay. With a motion to nominate Glenn and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Glenn, congratulations, and you can take it away.
All right. The next order of business is to appoint a library board vice chairman. And do we have any opening nominations?
Well, then I will nominate Leslie.
All right. I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We have Leslie. Congrats. All right. We'll go on into the minute.
I got so excited to chair the meeting that I skipped over approving the meeting minutes.
Well, we can go back and do that, right?
Yes, we
can.
can.
We'll go back and we need to approve the minutes for the November 4th, 2024 regular meeting. You should have a copy of those in front of you. Have a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Second?
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The minutes are approved. We'll move into FYI and updates, and we'll start with, glad we started with that one and get it out of the way early.
Absolutely.
The vandalism that we had on December 13th at the library. And do you want to go ahead and just talk about that? And
I think you tend to know a little bit more about it. I'll just start, and then if you could fill in for me. So on December 13th, most of you have heard or have read about the vandalism and break-in that we had at the library. It started around 9 o'clock
p.m.
and yes, in the evening on that Friday night, and our visitors stayed with us until about 2 a.m.
2 a.m. Yep.
The most damage that was done was to the back door. A very large stone was thrown through the door, skidded across the floor, and hit our circulation desk. And I'm going to let Glenn, because Glenn pulled the footage for us, which we really appreciate, and we appreciate all the great cameras that we have in there. So Glenn, if you'll just fill us in with just highlights.
Yep, he came in that door. Well, he walked around the library for a little bit, just looking around, and then he broke the door at around 2 and came in, and then looked like he apparently went over into the gallery area and slept for a while, because he didn't show back up until probably about 1:30ish. And then he just roamed around the entire library, opening every drawer at every circulation desk. He tried to get into the back offices, but they were locked, and he didn't try to break anything. Luckily, he just went on his way. And then he went out the double doors to the lobby, and he tried to prop the door open. And little does he know that the stopper on that door is not good, and unless you wedge it in a certain area, that door will shut. And so he went to the bathroom, and the door shut, and it auto locks. Okay. So he locked himself out, which I thought was nice. And so he tried to get back in. He ended up going out the hallway, exit door, walking all the way back around the library, coming back in the back door, went and got his stuff, left through the front doors of the library, and then went over to the 7-Eleven to apparently try to steal candy bars. So pretty lucky that that's all that happened.
Yes.
You know, he was in there a long time and could have done a lot of things. So, and as part of that too, we have a quote already for a burglar alarm at the library. We talked with Donna about that. It's I think it was about $5,000.
Yes.
It came in a lot cheaper than we expected. So we'll be moving forward with that just as soon as we get all the approvals and things like that done. So.
Thank you, Glenn.
And he was caught.
Yes. To my knowledge, he turned himself in, but they were very hot and heavy on him, and thankfully for all the public that put out the word and shared the post that the LaVergne Police Department had put out. So he was in custody.
Wonderful.
So, and like Glenn said, there could have been a lot of damage. He could have even just gone through and knocked all the books off the shelves. Of course, any money that we have was locked up in the back offices, which I teasingly say that we're like Fort Knox, but I'm so thankful that we are, because at night there are certain doors inside that we do lock, and that worked out well. The new door is on and looks great, nice and clean.
Come see that.
So that was great. The tiles, there wasn't a lot of damage to. So all in all, we were fortunate. The biggest damage that was done was that we had to cancel our Santa visit for that Saturday, because when he came through the door, burst the glass, he walked through the glass and then he walked all over the library. So we had glass everywhere. And so that's why we had to cancel, but we did reschedule. And like Glenn says, we do have Turner Security, who came out, gave us a good quote and a very good monthly amount, so it's not going to cost that much. Turner Security does our fire alarm system, so we feel very fortunate for them to come out and help us out in that way. And for 22 years, this is our first major thing, so I feel very fortunate for that.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. You just want to go ahead and continue with
Sure.
the agenda there?
All the rest of this is our FYI for your information and some updates. Our Saturday, December the 14th. Nope, it was the next Saturday, the 21st, correct? That would be 7 days. We had Santa at the library. We had a story time to begin with. Thank you to Alderman Haas, who came out and joined us for our story time and for our visit with Santa and helped us give out our goodie bags. We had approximately 244 in all. I think we had about 105 in our story time, and it was a lot of fun, and Santa was in rare form and had a very good time with the children. So it worked out wonderful. And also a big kudos to JJ from the fire department. He came out, and his photography skills are amazing. Still have not got those pictures out on Facebook, so we're working on that.
And there was one other special guest.
Oh, yes. So we had the Grinch. The Grinch came, and of course, he is wonderful with the children. He did a great job with entertaining them, and it's kind of funny. A lot of children love the Grinch just as much as they love Santa. So that worked out good. And we also had an elf for story time, Danny, who did a great story. So we appreciate that. We have our book sale going on now. It started January the 2nd through February the 1st, or until we sell out. We still have quite a few great books that have been donated to the library. Books are very inexpensive, 50 cents for hardback, 25 cents for paperback, and all children books. So would love to have everyone come out and peruse our books. I apologize. The next thing I want to talk about is story times. We have been going back and forth with our story times since Miss Lorna has retired, and we do not have a youth services coordinator. So it's been a little bit difficult. On Mondays had been just our homeschool story times, and we would have various ages in there, so it was very tough to stick with like a specific science or math or something of this sort. So we have decided that we are merging the Monday and the Wednesday story times. Now, Wednesdays was preschoolers, Mondays was homeschoolers. So now we're going to have on Wednesday at 10 a.m. all together now. So I'm going to be doing a family story time. And the Wednesday story time is one that I had started after Lorna left, or I had taken over. And it works out really well. We're going to do a lot of intergenerational activities. We're going to do stories, music, movement, arts, crafts. And my goal is to use the older children who come to the story time so that they don't feel like, oh, this is real babyish for me, to help out with the youngers. We're going to partner up, kind of be like a big brother, big little sister, or vice versa. So I'm looking forward to that. I love the theme all together now, because that seems to be a big theme at the library. We have families who come with a baby all the way through 12-year-olds, and they may be homeschooling. And so you have all of those ages in one room, and you're wanting to reach each one. So it's going to be challenging, but it's going to be fun. We are sticking with our books and babies, though. That's Miss Sherry's story time. That's on Thursdays at 10 a.m. It's for ages birth to 24 months. This is a lap sit program. I say lap sit very loosely because they are all over the room. But it's so much fun. And it's just introducing early literacy. She uses a lot of nursery rhymes, a lot of poems, music, movement, very short board books, and just a great way to set examples for the parents on how to read to their children, even to the little bitty ones. And it's a very popular program. And then I wanted to just bring it here because it's in February and we won't see each other again until March unless you come over to the library. We're going to have a special program called Dinosaurs in the Library. I had Struts Entertainment reach out to me back in November, and they are going to be in Middle Tennessee. They have 4 realistic, kind of short size, but realistic looking animatronic dinosaur puppets. And so they teach in a very educational, fun, and high energy way. So we're looking forward to that program. We're doing it on a Tuesday night so that we can possibly bring in more families. And that will be February the 4th at 5 p.m. So I will be sure we'll be getting that out on Facebook. We'll be getting it out to everyone. And before we go to the library board schedule for 2025, I would like for you to pull your schedule here. If you will see on the back, children's story times. Of course, our first one is going to be the 22nd. We are waiting until after Martin Luther King Day to do the first one. And that will be the 22nd and 29th of January, all together now for all ages. And then the 23rd and 30th would be our books and babies. And I love the blurb. Discover the joy of stories, songs, and community at our all-new, all-together now story time, perfect for all ages. This inclusive event brings everyone together to celebrate the magic of storytelling. And I know, Carissa, that clicks with you, being our librarian. And then you will see the different events that we have going on. Tonight, we have going on right now Lego Fun for ages 5 through 12 and Strings and Things for ages 18 and over. So as you can see, we do a lot of things for a lot of people. Okay, Glenn, would you like to go over the library board schedule for the rest of this year?
Sure. The 2025 library schedule as follows. Today is the 13th. The next meeting will be March 10th, then May 12th, July 14th, September 8th, and November 10th.
Okay, and I appreciate you all. And as I have said before, my goal is to get these agendas out to you early, and that includes you, Jerry, so that Jerry can do his job. Thank you for bearing with me tonight, and then I'll turn it back to Glenn.
All right, we're down to library board comments. I'm sorry, I don't know everyone's last name yet, so Ms. Clear.
Yes, sir. All right, so as always, Ms. Donna, the library does a fantastic job, but I also want to highlight how our city supports you. So we are very fortunate in LaVergne to have our city government support the library and understand the importance of literacy and what that library does for our community, the doors that it opens. So just can't say enough great things about LaVergne.
Thank you. And we want to let Carissa know that we are keeping her and the libraries in the schools in our prayers for some things that they are going through right now. And we appreciate you advocating for the children.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
This is my first meeting. I look forward to joining the library board and joining the events at the library. I had a blast at Santa.
Good.
And the reading, I don't think I can do the babies, but the older kids and stuff, I'm looking forward. And of course, being retired gives me the flexibility to come out and do things. So I look forward.
We look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
I wanted to first of all say that I'm first of all, I'm very sad about what happened with the vandalism and the break-in and everything, but the resilience that the staff has shown is very impressive, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. I know, having experienced something like that personally, even at work, it can be jarring, right?
Yes.
And emotionally, so just wanted to acknowledge that. And then I also wanted to say, lately I've been mainly using, electronic books from the library, but I had to come in and renew my library card, so I better show my face, right? And I just wanted to say that it was delightful. I mean, all I did was go in there and renew my card, but,
Great.
Just the smiling faces and friendly folks were wonderful. So thank you to the staff for that as well.
And thank you for telling us this, because sometimes we don't get to see how the interactions are, even though I know we have a fabulous staff. So that's always very meaningful. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll just say I'm just tickled to death to be back on the library board after sitting out the mandatory 4 years. And thank you all for electing me the chairman. I appreciate that. And just looking forward to a great year, and I know we'll have it.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else?
You get the gavel.
Oh.
Yeah, will you call the meeting adjourned, please?
All right, I will call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you all.
Call the meeting to order. This is LaVergne, City of LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, November 26, 2024, 5:30 meeting. We have a quorum. First order of business is to approve the minutes from October 29th. The board members had an opportunity to review the minutes. Any questions, comments?
No. Making a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Our first item under old business has been deferred, so we'll move into our new business item. This is a request for height variance, property located at 102 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 18P, Group B, Parcel 6, R3, high-density residential zoning district, property owned by George and Christine Nasser. Staff, can we have an update?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Logan is not here tonight, so I will be sitting in for him. With this item, the applicant is requesting a height variance since the current limit for height is 35 feet in the R3 district. This item is regarding an apartment development consisting of 80 units that corners both Cheney and Old Nashville Highway that you can see on the image here. This is just a little bit more zoomed in aerial image that you can kind of get an idea of where the apartments will be built here. The current zoning is R3, which is why this applicant has requested a height variance since it's going to be over the 35-foot limitation that's currently in place. As you can see here, this picture is looking down Cheney with Old Nashville off in the distance. So the property where the apartments we built are on the left side there, where it's heavily wooded. And this is just another image of the wooded area that is proposed to be developed. On the screen here, we have the site plan showing the proposed apartments. I'll kind of skip down here so we can see an overall view of the layout. So as you can see here, it's showing 4 buildings, and I believe it consists total of 80 units. It's just another image of the overall site, showing some of the different elevations and specs. This item is also on tonight's Planning Commission agenda, I believe, for the plat and site plan approval. So I just thought I'd mention that. I don't believe planning has any comments, and I think that concludes the report.
Thank you. Do we have a representative present for this meeting? You come up to the podium. You raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
You'll state your name and address for the records.
Scott Williams, engineer, 4530 Anna Lee Way, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Any comments you want to add to what we've heard?
No, just the lower 2 buildings are the 2 3-story buildings that we're asking for the variance on. The upper 2 buildings are just going to be 2-story buildings, so they won't require it. Besides that, we hope to build a good product here that y'all be proud of.
Members, any questions for the applicant?
What'll be the height of rather than 35 foot?
The apex of the top of the building is 47 feet. So the 3 stories are the typical, probably about 35-ish for the actual ceilings to the top ceiling. I think they're doing 9-foot ceilings on each, and then you gotta have a couple feet for all the HVAC and everything. So.
And what is the purpose of just doing the bottom 2 rather than the I guess from the picture of the north 2?
That's density. They just can't put any more. And the purpose was when we were going through site plan approval last month and working with the fire marshal, we wanted to make sure we could get a road that went all the way around the buildings that were 3-story. The 2-story, we've taken care of them in a different way. He didn't need access all the way around, but in the 3 stories it is. So we actually relocated one of the 3 stories to be in the center part of the site where we could have parking and drive aisles all the way around it. Okay. It was safety concern, yeah.
Any other questions?
Just for my understanding, the last time this came up, I believe there was future pending legislation or future pending codes that were going to allow it. Is that still the case?
So there is a proposed zoning ordinance that's still in the works. I'm not sure off the top of my head, what the height restrictions will be in the new ordinance compared to ours now, but also don't have a set date to throw out there of when it'll be passed. So it's still being amended and going through the whole process.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Will the new variant meet the current law code? Would the height variant, would it meet the current?
Will the variance meet what we're planning on building?
For the new,
So the current height restriction is 35 feet for R3, and they're requesting a variance so that they can get those higher apexes on their apartment. So it'll go above what the current
so
zoning
right now
allows.
we haven't passed that.
What's that?
We haven't passed the new,
No, sir. The new zoning ordinance has not passed yet.
okay.
I don't know what your all's is. A lot of times, we've seen two things in communities. They'll either redefine what the height is measured to. Sometimes they just measure it up to the eave. Sometimes they go to the mid, between the apex and eave. So it depends on, I haven't read your all's new potential ordinance change, but a lot of times they do that because a 3-story is just hard to build in 35 feet if you put any slope on the roof. So that's really what we've run into.
Okay, thank you. Members, do we have a motion for this item?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 No.
So we'll take a roll call then.
Aye.
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 No.
Motion passes. Thank you. With that, this concludes our meeting unless there's any other questions from the members. Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is January 30th, 2025, and it is 5:30 p.m. The prayer on Tuesday night will be with Vice Mayor No, the Pledge of Allegiance with Alderwoman Hobbs. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the January 2nd workshop, the January 7th public hearing, and the January 7th regular meeting. Next, we're going to move on to presentations. We have the 2025 Best Places to Work in Tennessee. Andrew Patton and Leah Presley.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I want to give you some information before we start.
Thank you, sir.
Leah should have done this for you. Yeah, she should have.
So tonight I have the pleasure of sharing with you some really exciting news, and that is that the City of LaVergne has been named 2025 Best Places to Work in Tennessee, which is quite an accomplishment, also given that we're the only municipality named in those awards for this year, which was awesome. You may or may not be aware that last year we started using Dayforce to do surveys of our employees so that we could, learn important data about their experience. And along that way, we were invited to participate in this award. And the way that it is calculated, it is done by a third-party survey of our employees, of which 118 employees responded to the survey. And the packet that I gave to you, just for transparency, is all the data, the good, the bad, everything that's there. But I did want to highlight a couple of things for folks that are here tonight or listening and watching at home, and then also for you to understand as well. The data from their survey showed that 83% of respondents were having a favorable work environment working here at the city. 86% had a favorable relationship with their supervisor, and 81% felt like they were completely engaged in their job. Those are very, very solid numbers when you consider employee engagement. The survey was broken down into various categories, and I did want to highlight a couple of those for you. Again, all of this information is in the packet I gave you, but I did want to just call out that in the category of leadership and planning, 81% of respondents said that leaders of this organization care about their well-being. I think that's true for your involvement with employees and also each director and supervisor that works with employees every day. Great numbers. 75% said they had confidence in the leadership of the organization. In the category of corporate culture and communication, wanted to point out some of the positives there. 83% said safety is a top priority in the organization. Leah Presley, the safety team, and all of our directors have put a huge emphasis on safety awareness in 2024. That'll continue in 25, and you can see in the survey results that our employees are feeling that as well. 87% of our employees surveyed felt like we enable a culture of diversity, which is great, right? That word has a lot of meaning to it, but here what it means is that everybody's welcome, and our employees are feeling that. 83% said that the organization makes a strong effort to minimize discrimination, and 91% said that they like the people that they work with, which, as we all know, is really, really important. In the category of work environment, 87% of our employees that were surveyed said they felt physically safe in their work environment. In relationships with supervisors, that category, 91% of the employees that were surveyed said their supervisor treats them with respect. In training and development, we had some really interesting numbers in that category. And again, I used the word transparency at the start. There's two areas that I'm going to call out, and we have some work to do, I think, in that area. The first one is 66% of employees said that the computer or other hardware that they use is dependable. So we're going to probably need to dive in to figure out what elements of the electronic side of their job is the reason they feel that way. And 56% said that if I do good at work, I'll get rewarded. So obviously, I want those numbers to be higher, but it's also important that the word rewarded is real subjective, right? We can determine this is a reward, and you as an employee might say, nope, I only want that as the reward. So obviously, as an organization, we have things that we want to highlight and also things that we can work on. In overall engagement, 86% of our employees say they are willing to give extra effort to help the city of LaVergne succeed. And also 86% said they plan to continue their career with the city of LaVergne for at least 2 more years. Why is that important? Look at any job number across the country in organizational development, and retention is the #1 thing that companies and organizations are looking at. So the fact that our employees in this survey are saying that I'm planning to stay here with the city of LaVergne is really, really important. At the back of the packet, there are lots and lots of comments. I would encourage you to read those, but I did want to just call out to you that one of the questions that was asked of those who took the survey was, what makes this organization a place where people want to work? Resoundingly, the comments talked about the great benefits, and we all know that that's true here. Also, folks talked about career stability, a great atmosphere, friendly people. One person said, I think all of our departments work well together and they care for each other. And then finally, someone said, the department I work in allows for a better work-life balance with understanding that issues outside of work happen and are willing to work with you to allow you to come back in a good headspace and be more productive. Why do I highlight that one? I can tell you, and you've heard me say it in here, and it's a part of the mantra that we have in HR, and that mental health at work is really important, and I think that comment really highlights that. So for the board tonight, I would love to present to you this plaque that says, presented to the city of LaVergne, winner of the 2025 Best Places to Work in Tennessee, and our mission statement, committed to community. So congratulations to our employees and our directors and our staff that I get to work with, and to you, the board. So I wanted to present this to you this evening.
Come on down, guys. Bruce, Kyle, come on. Miss Leah?
She got it. I'm sure. Where you want me? You were up here. What row or? Okay, hold on. Okay, everyone kind of rotate towards me.
You can move the podium.
Karen, scoot this way. More. I can't see Karen. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Good. Thanks.
Yay.
Now, you know me, don't we get to ask Andrew a couple of questions? Because you know me, I'm curious about stuff.
Absolutely, ask away.
So, first of all, man, I think that's awesome. And I know we've talked about this before, but just refresh my memory. How does these numbers, I'm assuming that you all have dug into them, how does these numbers compare to other municipalities our size? Or is this based on the entire state of Tennessee, no matter how big or small?
Correct. So the this particular award is a state award. So they will announce in February all of the winners. The winners list is available, but they'll have an online award ceremony. And the questions that were asked are the same questions regardless of the type of organization. So I don't know specifically how we compare to other municipalities. What I can tell you is we were the only municipality in the state that got the award.
And, I lost my train of thought. Oh, when you were talking to the employees, were you talking to from high to low?
Of the 118 that completed the survey. Thankfully, I can tell you that this was all done voluntarily, online, with no visibility to any employee at the city or staff members. So the vendor put out the survey, and 118 opted in to take it, and I had no visibility to who those people are or how they answered the questions, just the overall results.
Okay.
Again, good work to you and your team.
Thank you.
I want to say something. I just, having come from the civilian sector and taking these types of surveys and stuff, one that really stood out to me that you didn't mention was under role satisfaction. And I like the type of work that I do. 92% of that 118 respondents said yes. And that is truly amazing, that type of.
I can tell you that there's an intentional move from our team working with directors to make sure that we have the right people in the right seats that equip not only the department to succeed, but also each employee, right? So that's a reflection, I think, of what the work we've been doing and will continue to do.
Yeah, I just, when that one popped out to me, and you didn't mention it, so I wanted to make sure.
Well, I was told to keep it short, so I didn't want to mention everything.
You don't keep good stuff short.
That's true. That's true.
Any other comments? Okay, moving on, we'll have no one signed up for the public comment period. We'll have departmental reports, and then we move on to number 5, second reading ordinance 2024-17, an ordinance to amend Title 20, Chapter 2, Section 20-208 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding parks and recreation user fees. Again, this is second reading. Does anyone have any questions on this? Moving on to number 6, second reading ordinance 2024-18, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule for parks and recreation user fees. Again, this is second reading, and this is just parks and recreation user fees. Any questions? Moving on to number 7, second reading ordinance 2025-01, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning map by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14 parcels 2.00, 5.02, and 14.04, consisting of approximately 48.2 acres, located at the northeast portion of the roundabout on Stones River Road, 1500 East near Shriveman Boulevard, and 480 Stones River Road, from an R1 low-density residential zoning district and an R2 medium-density residential zoning district to C1 government use zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 26, 2024. A public hearing was held on this on January 7th, 2025. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to number 8, second reading ordinance 2025-02, an ordinance to amend Title 1, Chapter 1, Section 1-101 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the time and place of regular meetings. Again, this is second reading, and this is just putting our BOMA meetings starting at 6 p.m. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, there's no paragraph in here for food.
Won't be no food, sorry, sir. You have plenty of time to eat at home after that. Moving on to the consent agenda. First, we've got approve or reject city bids and purchases. First one we have is NASPO state contract purchase, City Hall mail machine lease with Pitney Bowes. And this lease will be $1,115.43 per quarter. So we're saving approximately $54 per quarter compared to what we were doing. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to the second one, we've got bid Waldron Road Sewer Assessment Zone. This is sewer assessment zone for the Waldron Road area. The recommended bid price is $5,655,449.86, and it would be awarded to Barlow Incorporated. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to approve change order number 3 with Isengard Construction Group Incorporated for the 2019 Interceptor Improvements Project. The construction cost increased with this, and that's by $35,104. So the contract price is still below what we budgeted, which is $3 million, but this change order did increase, and that was primarily due to the size of a pipe and quality for Dobson knob. Does anyone have any questions? And Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're still working on this, because I saw last night when I was driving through some of the temporary piping out there.
Yes, they're still working on it. We had a meeting yesterday, and one of the folks in the meeting had talked to the contractor, and I think they're supposed to be done in about 4 weeks, is what they said they'd be done.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to C, approved scope of work and professional service agreement with Get Rescue 911 for the police department dispatch staffing services. And so this is a contract dispatcher for 6 months. It's $60,000, the total for one contractor, that is. And then, of course, there's $10,000 due with this contract signing, and then there'd be a monthly invoice. But we, just like everyone else, are experiencing dispatcher shortages, and so this is to help with that. Aaron, is there anything you'd like to add with it? If you could come up, this way the public can hear you at home.
What I can say is that we did already have one contractor approved. He started on January 13th, so he's only been in about 2 weeks, but he's coming along nicely. We did have some other staffing changes within our communications center, so that's the reason for requesting another one. The price of this one is a little bit lower because we don't have to pay the startup fee again that we paid on the first one.
Any questions?
So you had applicants?
We do have applicants. We have an open requisition right now that's accepting applicants. Applications are coming in slower than what they did a few years ago, but they're coming in. We're working on getting them tested. And if they pass the test, we then interview them and make a decision, move them into the background process. We have started doing sit-alongs for them so they can understand the job responsibilities prior to accepting the position.
So is this a contract job? So we're not locked into them if she hires someone?
Correct. You've got a contract for 6 months.
And I think, too, it's important to note that from the time somebody applies until they're fully trained in dispatch is probably about 9 months, considering the time it takes to go through the background, the psych, the poly, the medical, and then it's about 6 months of on-the-job training.
So we feel like these people that would come in under this contract are trained, ready to go to work?
They are experienced dispatchers. It does take a little bit of training in our communication center to get them up and running, just because they aren't used to working with our computer-aided dispatch, our paging systems.
Any other questions? And Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we had some people testing today, didn't we? Was that for dispatcher?
We've had tests on a number of days this week. Yeah, we're trying to work with Aaron to get the process moving as quickly as possible, yet don't compromise on the quality.
Correct.
Wonderful. More efficiency.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Moving on to D, approve change order number 6 with Barron Construction LLC for the Public Works and Community Development Services Facility. This is a change of about $14,169 to the overall project, but we are still within budget for it, I believe. Does anyone have any questions? And then lastly, on the consent agenda, approve agreement with Hands on Nashville for volunteer management, recruiting, and advertising for stormwater events. This is just an annual partnership with Hands On Nashville. There are no fees with this. They were waived for 2025. And last 3 years, we've partnered with them for our stormwater events. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2025-03, an ordinance to amend Title II of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding boards and commissions. And then this would combine the Greenway into the beautification Arts and Advisory Committee. Does anyone have any questions on this? Moving on to number 11, first reading ordinance 2025-04, an ordinance to amend Title I, Chapter 1, Section 1-103 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the public comment period. And this would update it and allow people, basically their staff will create a website or a portion of our city website to allow people to sign up to speak online for the day of the question, for the day of the meeting. This also still requires, we will still have the paper sign-ups as well prior to the meetings. Does anyone have any questions?
They can sign up anytime for the meeting, but they got to sign in 15 minutes prior, or just when they get here?
15 minutes prior, and then the online portion is will allow anyone to sign up to speak by 12 p.m. on the day of the meeting in question.
But if you sign up online, do you still need to complete that?
No.
Okay.
It's the online option so that people don't have to physically come.
Right.
in and do it.
Sure.
Any other questions? Number 12. First reading ordinance 2025-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 drug fund budget. And this is an amendment of $35,000, and this is for the cost of the ballistic vests. Does anyone have any questions? And then next we've got resolution 2025-01, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. And I believe Andrew was asked to take us line by line through every single change.
You know that is not the case. I was going to ask Danny and Donna to come up and do the report since I've had to help at the library in the past. But I felt like Danny might add some things that weren't approved. So this, we try to, last time I was up here talking about the handbook, I said it's a living document, right? So we try to revise things regularly and improve them if we can. I do want to let you know that this year we took a little bit of a different process, and we asked for input from all of our directors in the process. And so we heard some really, really good things from them that myself and Bruce and Kyle were able to try to flesh out. And so wanted to highlight some of the changes, not only for you, but also for our employees in this year's handbook revisions. The first one is in our definition section. For immediate family, we made some changes to include some different designations, including parents-in-law, step-grandparents, step-brother, and step-sister. And also, we removed the term current in front of parents and grandparents. As I'm sure you can imagine, families are flexible and changing, and there's lots of moving parts, and we don't necessarily want to stand in the way of somebody being able to grieve during a bereavement period because we have the word current in there. So we've made that change, or recommending that change, I should say. In section 5.2, we made some changes regarding the process for resignation. And in that section, we made a change for a period of time for a director level position, to give additional notice compared to an hourly employee or a lower level employee from director. And then also there was some added language in that section regarding recoupment of funds and exit interviews, right? So there are positions in the city, I can think of police and fire, that have some agreements with new hires related to costs for training if an employee leaves during a period of time. We just needed some language in the handbook that outlined and reiterated our ability to recoup those funds according to the agreement that they sign. In section 7.13, this was a big one. I think our folks will really like this. A couple of years back, you all approved a comp policy, right? So employees have the ability, rather than taking overtime pay, they can put time in a comp bank and use it later. For hourly employees, they earn their comp at the same rate as they would get paid, so time and a half, and then when they go to use it, right, it's straight time. The maximum limit has been 40. When we designed that policy, Bruce and I spent a lot of time looking at other cities' policies and knowing that we had a lot of room to grow in our top end limit, but we wanted to measure it for a while to see what the impact would be on the city. So our recommendation for hourly employees is to move the maximum limit to 80 hours from 40. Additionally, we needed to make a clarification in that section related to our firefighters now that they are on 48-hour schedules. And so we're recommending that a comp policy be added for exempt hourly firefighters, that they would be able to accumulate a maximum of 96 hours of comp time. Section 8.4 is a brand new section in the book related to hybrid or remote work policies. So I would encourage you to read that, and I would encourage our employees to read it. What we wanted to do was to highlight the fact that, again, in the changing environment that we all work in, there are some positions, not all, that may be able to work remotely and be just as effective in their role. And that particular section really dives deep into what roles those could be, what roles those are not, and then it helps define hybrid work options and remote work options. And just for the clarity on that one point, I would say we want to give all of our directors the flexibility, right, when they want to allow someone to work remotely, right? That's a temporary environment. So if someone needs to go home and they can log on the computer from home and finish the work, that would be a remote situation. And in that section, the handbook talks about that communication and approval is held right there in the department between the employee and the supervisor and the director. For hybrid work, where an employee might be working a maximum of 3 days at home and 2 days in the office, that process takes an agreement and approval from the city administrator. So read all of that section just to familiarize yourself with the ins and outs of that. Section 8.9 is on personal appearance, and again, in the changing work environment, we had a lot of mentions in my department about couldn't we wear jeans on a regular basis, and as you know, those could be considered business casual and just as professional. And so we had to do some arm twisting of our city administrator, but the recommendation is there to allow administrative personnel, non-uniform employees, to be able to wear jeans on a regular basis, as long as they're not frayed or torn. And obviously, if there are meetings with vendors, clients, or citizens, the expectation would be that you would be in business casual dress for that. Section 9.1 and 9.2 are not new sections in the handbook, but I did rewrite them. That's the discrimination and sexual harassment sections, specifically because the federal guidelines on those two topics were revised, and so we wanted to stay compliant with the language that the federal government uses for discrimination and sexual harassment. Section 9.3E is a section of the handbook related to retaliation. This is really important. It's an important HR topic. It's really important for our employees to understand that we have a no retaliation policy. You are not allowed to be retaliated against for bringing a concern, regardless of who it is against. And also, you cannot retaliate against other people who might bring similar concerns. And so we wanted to refresh and rewrite that section. I'll tell you that that is a work in progress because its perception is reality. And as often as I say it or as my team says it, it's still the employee who has to believe at the end of the day that there's not retaliation. And so we're constantly working on that. Obviously, when we get any wind that may be present, we're quick to deal with those situations. And thankfully, they don't come up often at all. Section 10.11 is an update to FMLA. And this one is, there's no new FMLA guidelines. However, there was a section in our handbook that needed to be revised, and that is dealing with the birth of a baby, specifically on the father end, that there is bonding FMLA that does not need medical documentation. It does need to be used continuously, not intermittently, and FMLA allows for that, so we updated our guidelines to reflect that. We had gotten a recommendation when we met with directors on the ability to do direct leave donations. And what that means is that an employee would have the ability to say that they wanted to donate portions of their earned time to another employee who might need it. We spent a lot of time talking about this, and it is reflected in a new section in the handbook 10.20. I will say that we also still have our sick leave bank, which a lot of our employees participate in, and that is for critical illnesses. When you are out of time, there's a application process and a peer board that will approve that and allows time from the sick bank to be donated to you. And we've had employees participate in that, and I know they are very thankful that that's there. This is slightly different. This allows, as I said, an employee to make a specific donation. I do want to say that this particular request is made directly with the director of HR, one-on-one. So the employee would need to come to me, tell me that they want to make that donation. That donation can remain anonymous, and we will handle that all within the Dayforce system so that the employee who might need that time can be given it by a peer. What's the downside of this, right, is that there's always the question on favoritism, and so we'll be careful to monitor that. But at the same time, because we have the sick leave bank for all employees, this is just another avenue that can be used if employees, particularly tenured ones who have lots of time, might want to donate time to a fellow peer that might need it. Section 11.3 and 11.4, this is our new definitions on short-term disability and long-term disability. The programs aren't new. They're the same ones we had. We simply didn't have it in the benefits section, so we've added it. And finally, section 16, which is our Dayforce section, we've updated language related to attendance and the use of the Dayforce clock, specifically around the fact that when you passed the handbook, when we did Dayforce, we talked about the fact that there is a window of time that an employee can log in to their shift before they're considered late. And we needed to make a clarification that that grace period is for payroll purposes only. It does not mean that you are not late. If your department says that you need to be there at 8, 8:01 is considered late. 8:01 just isn't considered late for payroll purposes. So we will have some conversation with our directors and supervisors and our employees on that so they can fully understand that. So that's a high-level overview. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Man, I've been around a long time. Some of that stuff sounds amazing to these. Do the employees know anything about this before tonight?
Judging by their enthusiasm, I would say no.
What'd you think about some of it?
Yeah, I think we're on board with the meeting we had. A lot of that stuff was addressed, and it's been updated for your approval. I think there's a bunch of big wins in there for employees across the board.
Yeah, I've never even, the thing about donating your time, raising the comp.
One thing I didn't mention that you'll like, I think, is that we've lowered the temperature for the ability for our employees to wear shorts that work outside. It was 80, it's now 70.
Oh, yeah, that was my baby. Bruce didn't tell me that, does he? Good.
That was another arm twist.
It was.
Oh, I feel it.
Chief Beasley's in Chattanooga, and he wanted me to tell you that you would probably lose your mind that at the conference he's at, it was 44 degrees, and everybody that was there was in shorts and sweatshirts for it. So that's a fire thing, I guess. But yeah, 70 degrees.
Sounds like you are trying to keep good employees to me.
Andrew,
Yeah.
if this passes, are there any plans to do workshops with all employees as a refresher to go over the discrimination, sexual harassment, and retaliation sections, since they're all being updated or rewritten?
Yes. So I've moved away a little bit from sort of the mandatory all staff meetings in this room. Just really difficult for people who work shift work to be able to participate in that. So we've moved to more of a video update where you can watch that video at your leisure so that you can get up to date on those changes. I will say that sexual harassment and discrimination is required annual training, so that will happen regardless if there's any changes in the handbook. However, last time we did a handbook change, we released a series of short videos that Ann and I worked together on, and my plan was to also do that this time so that, again, the employees could have access to them, watch them at their leisure when they wanted, and as many times as they wanted. And then finally, we have the last page of the handbook is an agreement form that every employee signs to acknowledge that they will abide by the handbook. And because we've refreshed so much, we're going to ask all employees to familiarize themselves with the handbook again and sign a 2025 agreement.
And I know you're extremely OCD about your job. Is this, again, like a while ago when I was asking, do you look at other cities and see what they're, and how does this compare? I've never heard of it.
I will say, I think we probably lead in a lot of ways with the depth of our handbook. I had a conversation with the city recently, and we're talking about what we do here, and her comment was, our handbook is 25 pages long. I said, I bet you're missing some things, right? So I think we lead in that regard. However, a lot of these elements that we've made changes to, we looked at other municipalities' policies on to help sort of understand what's happening around us.
So you're going to get phone calls from other mayors saying, why are y'all doing this? Now we're going to have to do it.
It happens. We speak quite a bit.
I love it. Good deal.
So I've got a couple of comments.
Sure.
And number one, those staff members, employees who do not have access to computers or are not computer literate, the department supervisors or managers will make sure that these employees understand the videos or maybe have a group session to watch the videos.
Sure, that's a great suggestion and one that I'll pass along for sure. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, where I work, there were some environmental services people that, didn't have access. So
Right.
They did set up some, and I know that the library has the computers that they can go and do. And another thing, which is a positive, I'm not all that hard. Clearly, the last survey reflects how much time and effort that you, your team, and the supervisors, Bruce, Kyle, and them, put into the handbook. And I think these changes, updates will reflect more highly in the next survey.
That's our wish. Thanks for saying that.
Graham, Kara, you got anything?
Good job, Andrea.
Thanks, Kara.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to 14, Resolution 2025-02, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. This is a couple trucks and then some office equipment. Bruce, and I've had this question asked by a resident already who was looking at our agenda. If this resolution passes on Tuesday night, how quickly will they be up on Gov Deals?
Usually it's a couple of weeks before they get put on Gov Deals. We have to get the resolution signed, and then it's sent over to IT, and then they put them up. So it's usually a couple of weeks before the auction goes live.
Okay. The Maxi Scan tools are apparently pretty popular. Next item, we've got appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant and currently no applicants. That is being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media. So if you would like to apply, get your application in by Monday.
So I have a question. Can it go back to one of the other things that we had? Like when the combining of the things, the combining of the Beautification and the Greenway Committee?
Well, what would happen is
Yeah, you know what I'm going to ask.
the beautification is basically beautification takes on the duties of that, and then Bruce would send over an email to all the current members letting them know that the board is dissolving, and that we
If-
appreciate,
if we-
if it passes, that the board would be dissolved, that we thank them for their participation, invite them to apply for other boards, which is what we've done with the other ones we've done.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know if they, okay, thank you for the clarification. Hmm? Oh, what-
No, I was asking Kara a question. She would be
He
over.
asked if I was over
Yeah,
both of those
yeah.
committees. And I told him I was.
Next, we've got the Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got one term that expires on the 31st of 2025, and that's Charlie Jones's, and he does wish to remain on this board. No one else has applied currently, so that will be on the agenda for Tuesday night. Then moving on to the Construction Board of Adjustment Appeals, we've got two terms that expire on the 31st. We've got Lance Lee and Tammy Russell. Both wish to remain on the board, and we've not had any other applicants for that, but it is being advertised. So if there are any, they will be added on to this. Next, we've got the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got two terms expiring on the 31st of January, and that is Giles Perry and Laura Davidson. Giles would like to remain on this board, whereas Laura Davidson is not able to continue. So that opening is being advertised, and if anyone would like to apply, they would, if they get it in on Monday, they will be added onto the agenda. Then moving on to item number 16. First reading ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding impact fees. There's been a lot of discussion on impact fees, even after the last meeting. I know our legal team has met with the city administrators. There's been conversations with economic development. There's been, Bruce and I have talked some on this, and basically we've looked at ways to change impact fees to get it more in line with our surrounding communities so that we have impact fees, but we're not at a disadvantage compared to our neighboring municipalities. And so let's see here. We've got this one, what the first reading would have would be to lower the road impact fee. And it would not affect the fire, police, or parks impact fee. That would not change. And if you look in your packet, you can see as far as the changes, as well as some of the comparisons to other municipalities. We've got Brentwood, Smyrna, Nolensville, Spring Hill, Murfreesboro, who basically we were leading all of them.
I had a question about like why our road impact fees were so much greater than those other areas. Would that be because our infrastructure is not up to par? Like it's a lot easier to build those retail facilities in somewhere like Smyrna, Murfreesboro, where they already have, 8 lanes or so forth. But is that why the road impact fee ends up being so high for LaVergne, is because we're working with a 2-lane instead of an 8-lane?
It's based on our projects. So what projects we have, we're lining up to looking to do. It's based on that. So we go through and list all the various projects that we would like to do as a city, and to be able to fund that. And so that's where that number comes from whenever when they're going through that whole study. And so Smyrna's still going to have projects. They may not have as many as we have, but they would have some. Same thing for Nolensville, all the surrounding areas. We're all dealing with basically congestion, traffic, as population across Middle Tennessee just continues to explode.
Right, but my point is, I feel like the project in LaVergne to get the road up to par to a large commercial development would be greater than in Smyrna if if a business is going to go off Sam Ridley, or if a business is going to go off Medical Center Parkway, so it would make sense to me that yes, in those cities that the road impact fee is a lot less because they've already got roadways in place, turning lanes, versus someone's trying to build retail on Walden Road, for example. So to me, that would make sense that we would need that road impact fee to be greater to help support the roadways that they would need coming in.
So I'll weigh in, because I used to think that same way, because I thought that it was a bunch of money. After talking with Evan, Bruce, Kyle, and particularly Tom Broker, the money, the weight, because it's split up in 4 ways, the money, in my eyes, I thought, yes, that would be great, but it's not even close to what I thought it was. Not even, I mean, it wouldn't build 20 foot of road for a year's worth of impact fees, because it's all split up. Now, if it was all going to roads, is that a fair statement? But if we, because I was gung-ho on impact fees, let me tell you. I fought tooth and nail. I wanted them sky high because we hadn't had any for 20 years. And I was thinking, wow, we need to get all that money, which we did get some money. I think we got $2.5 million or something since this all started. But even at that, that's still not a huge amount. But the majority of it goes to the roads. So after speaking with Tom and getting it broken down, I think Carol might have even had a meeting with him. It's a lot clearer, and the money that if it helps bring in some good commercial or good retail, the money that the roads would lose now would make up tenfold down the road. It's not a big amount. I used to think it was a huge, but it's not. It's just not.
Yeah, one of the way that Tom and his staff explained it to me was that the impact fee is a one-time thing. And a lot of retail that comes in, the impact fee is part of their initial getting on the ground and hitting the ground, along with the other fees. The benefit of having a lower impact fee one-time payment is you bring the retail in, you get the continuous property taxes, which goes into the fund, which helps fund the city in the operations. You get the sales tax from the retail that comes in, which is a continuous, however long the retail property stays in. So if you compare the impact fee of, let me see, what was it, 7,000 or something?
Talking about the current impact fees
The current impact fee for commercial?
for road rates for retail and commercial, currently $7,421 for roads.
If you compare that, and like Tom and the retail, or in the team, the economic development team, go in and say they want to court a business. They say, okay, this is the impact fee. Well, if the business compares the 7,000 to Smyrna's, which is lower, or Nolensville's, which is lower, where are they going to go? That's a one-time fee. But if we go lower, then we're more competitive with Smyrna, Nolensville, Murfreesboro. So that makes us more marketable. And then they come in, then we have the continuous property taxes and the sales taxes from the business. So it's that when Tom and his team put it into that perspective, if you look at the return on investment, it may be a lower fee right now, but the return on investment of bringing that retail business in, that far outweighs a one-time fee. Does that make more sense? Okay.
Also, if you look
Does
at
that make more sense out there?
if you look at the comparison to our surrounding communities, on a 30,000 square foot commercial building, Smyrna, Nolensville, Spring Hill, Murfreesboro are all lower than us, from anywhere from $57,000 to $154,000. That's very telling. And if you're trying to choose where you're going to put a building, and you're looking at this area, which we all live in this area, this is all a common area, but if you're going to pay more money here and go 1 mile down the road and pay significantly less, which one are you going to do? We want to make it at least a competitive area for us for being able to recruit retail.
After the last meeting, and I'm going to be Frank or Jesse.
Just be Steve.
Yeah, you're Steve.
When I heard you mention about doing the roads money, I was not happy at all. I would have, and Mike knows, but the amount of money is a very minute amount compared to what can happen. And after it being explained to me really well, I was okay after that. And Graham deals with these people all the time, and I'm sure you've had comments brought to you about how much money they had to pay in impact fees. And
absolutely, every time you speak to some of these large developers, it's one of their biggest issues they come in the door with first of the cost of the impact fees. So going to the 7% proposed brings us more in line with surrounding areas. And in addition, we are somewhat unique that we have the IDB board, Industrial Development Board, that can also offset some of that cost. If they come in with a large project, we can assist with that as well.
yeah.
So, quick question for Bruce and Evan on this, because the section in our packet where we've got LaVergne impact fee rates, and it's got retail commercial. That is, just to confirm, only retail commercial. It's not gonna hit residential. Residential still stays the same. Industrial still stays the same. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
You talking about the category for the road impact fees?
Yes.
It's across the board,
It's across the board.
all categories. We're not going to just pick retail and commercial.
Okay. That's what I'm asking to confirm.
Right.
So we still have to do a $80,000.
No.
If we do it across the board, we don't have to pay that $80,000. Is that right, Katie?
Yes, that's right.
And what kind of ETA is that? As far as when would it, if we vote on it?
You'd have two readings.
It's an ordinance, so it's 2 readings.
So it has to go through 2 readings, just like
Yes.
everything else.
It would probably go into, if we vote on it February and March, probably go into effect like April 1st.
Joe, would this need any kind of recalibration with y'all's online permitting software where people can come in and pay those fees and get permits?
Yeah, once they're voted on and approved, we would have to update those fees in InterGov, which can be done fairly quickly.
Wonderful.
So let me get this straight, if we don't go across the board and we just want to focus on commercial and retail, then we would have to pay the $80,000 fee.
It's
For a new study.
And do that way,
and
right?
it's probably going to be higher from what we were looking at. You're looking probably between 100 to 120 now.
Yeah, everything's gone up. So I guess
and there's no guarantee with those rates. They could come back that all rates, that just being 50% of the new rates equal double what ours are currently. You don't really know till that study comes back. It could be drastically higher, it could be drastically lower, it could be very similar to what we have. You don't know. It's a shot in the dark, like we did back about 5 years ago whenever we first did a study where we updated the impact fees for the first time in 22 years.
Because I know once the new home owners coming in, they're gonna pay that one-time fee, but if there's gonna be $10,000 or $15,000, I mean, 10 or 15,000 homes coming in, and each one of them's paying $5,000 or $6,000, that's a chunk of change.
The other thing that we would need to discuss is we also have past CPI adjustments on here, which CPI is basically the Consumer Price Index auto adjustments. It was so that we don't get into a situation where rates have not been raised for 22 years. We don't get back into that situation. They automatically look at that Consumer Price Index and adjust up or down based on that. So we can choose to leave that in. We can look at how to adjust around it, but that also would be in there.
So who makes the decision on how much we lower it?
Well, it's kind of a discussion here. My suggestion, I know there's several sections listing, 70, 60, 65. I'm coming in thinking 70. That's the high end of to reduce them to 70%, not to 65 or 60. That's just me, but whenever we I say we kind of talk this out. That's what the workshops are for, is to talk it out, see where we can land at, and try to come up with some idea as to direction for Bruce so that we can have a solid amendment written up.
Mr. Mayor, I'd concur with you. 70%, I think, is the right number as far as I'm concerned.
Do what?
70%, 70.
Yeah, looking at the differences up there with us at 70%, the 163,000. Looking at what the current totals are for the surrounding areas, that makes us very competitive, except for with Nolensville. I think the 70's good. Kara?
So when you write it up, Bruce, to put on the agenda, it's gotta have on there 70%.
This would be an ordinance to amend the fee schedule. So I would put those new numbers in the fee schedule and then bring it to this board for approval. And there'll be a couple other things that legal will have to review as far as, things we need to make sure we're doing the right way before we bring it Tuesday night for first reading.
And you think, and I keep picking on Graham because I know he works with these people closely. Of course, I know the mayor does too, but you think 70% is something that they would?
70% will generate more than looking into LaVergne rather than going to surrounding cities. 70% has been a number that we've been speaking to about, and they have been more inclined to lean towards LaVergne if we go to the 70% number versus where we're at today.
Kara?
I don't have anything to say. I mean,
I mean,
y'all know how I feel. My
no
stance.
percent,
No percent. I don't think we should change the impact fees. I don't care for retail. Everybody knows that. I'll just say it.
Okay.
I want green space. I want to live. I don't want shopping centers down my throat.
Okay. Any other discussion?
She's that was my idea when it came out, and I can appreciate that, but I also know that there's only one way to make a city run, and that's through taxes, period.
I know, we want to talk about money, we want to talk about money, we want to talk about money, but like, what's the vision for what we're really going to do with that money? That's what I want to hear about. What kind of benefits are we going to offer the community? We want to talk about money, bring in the money, bring in the top dollar. I just can't get on board with it. I'm sorry.
I guess, in my opinion, the first thing, it would keep taxes where they're at. There would not be any tax increases. Because we got people that can't even pay their water bill. We certainly don't want to increase their taxes. That would probably be the biggest
You've got taxes and roads, I mean, beyond Waldron being, needing to be widened, West Blair being created, Blair Road needing improvements, Carruthers needing improvements, Old Nashville Highway needs to be widened, Fergus needs, and Alderman Coates will love me saying this, but it needs 2 roundabouts dropped on it. And so there's, there's a lot of stuff that money can be used for infrastructure-wise beyond that. We've discussed Brookside Park. We've discussed, as far as with one new retail venture, a possible new greenway walking trail and park. We've got needs that our police department is in need of was it $40 million for the new police station? And Nick, how much do fire stations cost nowadays?
$42 million.
No.
I'll raise that to 43.
Having heart palpitations.
We can auction this off between fire and
So,
police.
but we need another station on the south side of Waldron. We're also going to be needing to look at fire engines, which is 1.5 to 2 years. Whenever those were purchased under Mayor Mosley, all 3 were purchased at the same time, so they all have the same ticking time bomb. And they're, what, 1.5, 2?
Probably closer to 3.
$3 million for a
Oh, no, I thought you meant years out.
engine. No.
Engine probably 1.1, 1.2.
Yeah. So there are definite needs to be able to allocate money on. It's just working to prioritize it and to get everything, get the money so we can do the projects, because government, no offense to Bruce, Kyle, or anybody else working on projects, but government is slow with this stuff. It's just the private sector can get it done 10 times faster, and because they don't have all the same regulations that government does.
And to add to that, and I'm going to pick on Danny, to add to that, it seems that anything that government, I'm going to talk about LaVergne, I don't know about anything that we need or we have to buy, it seems like governments pay out the roof for stuff that normally, just like Danny's, I was at Danny's today, he got his own personal maintenance person out there that painted that water plant. It looks amazing, and did it for a third, more than that, of what it cost. So there's nobody, and believe me, I sympathize, there's nobody in the world that would rather live in Mayberry than me. I love Mayberry. I came from a Mayberry, but Mayberries don't exist anymore, and we're going to grow, and it's going to cost money, and the only way to get money is taxes, and commercial and retail is what gives us our most taxes, because they pay all the time. From the time that building is built until it burns or blowed up, it's still, they pay taxes, but I get it. It's a catch-22.
And I didn't even think about Danny, but I mean, we got to look at, in the future, adding increased capacity with the water treatment plant, a new water tower. I know we got land for with the Blair Road warehouses, but another tower over there, and then continuing maintenance on all of our existing ones. I mean, there is a lot to do, and we've been tackling stuff left and right, but there's only so much money, and it's so much time to be able to do everything. So, and it's not fun to sit up here at times and have to determine which one gets prioritized first. That's never the fun part with this.
So in talking to the developers, you've seen a turn of recent where they understand people want walkability. You can see more of it. You can see more requests for not only sidewalks, which is a requirement in LaVergne anyway, but certainly on the back of the properties or on the front of the properties to add more walkabilities to the retail areas. And you're seeing that more recently than maybe years ago when I saw it. Certainly there was not wanting walkability. Now developers bring in and they know and they draw it and show it to us to ensure that they know that we're looking for that. And so I think there's been a turnabout of certainly recently, and you're going to see more of it.
And you need to tell Dietz we're not trying to take his money.
When I was explaining, I said, do you understand now?
Any other discussion on this? Okay, moving on to the last item. Motion to approve a non-binding letter of intent concerning the proposed purchase and sale of the property located at 5175 Murfreesboro Road from Grensley Holding ZRC Propco LLC. This is the Stormwater Codes building. This board, back in September of 21, approved a resolution authorizing me to enter into a contract for the sale of this building, as we are getting close to vacating it. And we have had a group come forward wanting to develop it for commercial fast casual dining, as they say. The last appraisal on this property was $1,050,000, and the proposed purchase price is $1,050,000. And so the proposed purchase, which would go towards the stormwater fund, it would go towards the construction costs for the Public Works and Community Development Services facility. Does anyone have any questions on this?
I just wanted to make a comment. I noticed the appraisal on this is over a year old. I would like to see a new appraisal done before we agreed to that.
Let's see here. The last one, the last appraisal was December of 23, so just over a year ago.
I like that.
Well, to do that, we would have
Done
to
a lot in a year.
we would have to reject the bid or reject the offer, and then we'd have to go through. What's the average time frame right now, Kyle, for appraisals?
It's at least 60 days and probably at least $3,500, because that's, every time we do this, it's another $3,000 or $4,000 in 90 days just to get the same amount back.
$3,500 isn't anything if this property value's gone up by 50.
I don't disagree. I mean, if it goes up by 50,000, but I don't know if their offer's gonna go up by 50,000. I just know that.
Well, maybe somebody else would.
He could. Like I say, we can easily get it ordered, but it will definitely take at least 60 days.
Okay.
So this is, who's wanting this? Zaxby?
Yes.
Didn't we do this last time, and because we drug our feet, we lost Dairy Queen or something?
There was Dairy Queen, and then there was another group after that. I'm trying to think of what the other group was. It wasn't, well, Noon Development, yes, at one point, but it's, I'm trying to think of what the retail was right there, but they had a whole slate, but to make it work, they needed that front portion as well.
Have they said anything about if this passes and they do purchase it, when they are going to try to get started?
So there's a due diligence period in here. It is about, I think, 13 months at the longest is how long it could go out. But they don't, I mean, just talking with Will through it, they want to try to get moving as quickly as they can. So they've got to go through, do some due diligence, and they're having some conversations with the property owner behind them to buy a sliver of that property as well, just to kind of square up that building. I think we currently lease a section of property back there from the Pirtle estate. But you should see the whole contract there in your packet. And I went through it with them back and forth quite a bit for several months, and then Evan and Katie have had a chance to review this as well.
Also wanted to mention too that, obviously the benefit of having the appraisal is that if you're going to go under that amount, the comptroller is going to want to see that there's some reason or justification of why. There's nothing preventing you from going above that amount if you wanted to without an appraisal. So if you just wanted to sort of spitball it and say, maybe tack on a 5% increase to that and say, we want to sell it for X amount. What I'm trying to say is you don't have to sell it for the exact appraised amount as long as you're going up from that, not down.
Okay.
Right, if you go below it, you have to justify it through the
Correct.
comptroller's office.
That's right, correct.
So is this like they're offering $1,050,000 and whoever picks up the phone and says, we'll take $1,000,001?
Well,
Who makes that phone call?
Y'all would have to decide that.
But once we decide, who would call them? I'm just interested who would make that phone call.
that's
Make the mayor.
what we would decide. But right now, the board has already given me the authority to negotiate on this property. And so, going back and forth with them, I can tell you the initial, offering was well below this.
So you've already been negotiating with them?
Yes.
They offered below market value?
At the very beginning, yes. At the same time, they didn't have the appraisal at that point. Any other questions? Okay. Moving on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
I just wanted to go back really quickly to ordinance 2025-04. I wanted to see if we could add some verbiage there or change that verbiage slightly. Let me just click back here to it. There we go. Because I think Vice Mayor Noah and I were reading this the same. I think this last sentence is confusing, where it says this also still requires the paper sign-up sheet to be provided. I think that should say that the paper sign-up sheet will also be provided.
That's just the summary sheet. If you look at the actual ordinance on the next page, it's an either or, basically.
Okay, I see it now. I apologize. Okay. And then if they sign up online, is there some type of automated email that they receive?
We can set it up to where they would get a receipt of that, yes.
Yeah.
And then staff would also get a copy of that
Okay.
as well.
I think that would be wise. And then I had messaged you earlier, and I'm sorry if I missed the communication, Bruce, on the update on a traffic calming study.
We're still working on that. We're not quite ready with that yet.
Okay. I think that's all I have. I'm excited for the father-daughter dance coming up on Saturday from 2 to 4. Be there with my little girls and their daddy and having a blast.
Well, you're in for a treat because my heathen grandson will be there.
You just keep away from my little girl.
Oh.
Alderman Coates.
Just like to congratulate the city and the staff for obviously the 2025 best places to work in Tennessee. It's a big achievement, it really is. And my other comment is it's good to see the pole being removed from the roundabout there on Stonesboro Road. Please see it. It's the second time it's been removed, and hopefully
Yes.
we don't get no one put back in there again.
Gary has assured us that if it does, he will tie himself to it until it is removed.
Really? That's interesting. Okay.
He and Scott have been working on that. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Like Alderwoman Hobbs said, I'm looking forward to the father-daughter dance. I've already volunteered my services again to do the photos, so families bring your phones and smiles. I love seeing everyone dressed up. I mean, the moms, dads, grandmas, grandpas, everybody dresses up. It's a big, fun occasion, so if you have an opportunity to stop by LaVergne Middle School, stop by and see everything. It's really awesome. Big shout out to Dietz and Michael and Doug, for their work during the big snow apocalypse of the weekend. The roads were great, from what I heard. I stayed home to let you all do your thing. Y'all do a great job, and I see the Public Works guys out picking up the trash along the sides of the road. So once again, a huge thank you. Please pass it on.
Vice Mayor No.
I called Dietz because I wanted to thank him, and he had absolutely nothing to do with that.
Oh, the roads? Was it all Doug?
All Doug.
It was all Doug?
Yeah,
Well, I put both of them in the conversation, so.
Well, Doug is the man that took control of that. Dietz is responsible for leaving his waiters at home. I want to ask everybody that's here and that everybody listening at home, and I know everybody's heard about this, but I've known this young man since he was 5 years old, and I know him very well, but please keep thoughts and prayers in Tom Broker's family. His son Kenny and his wife lost their baby while it was being born. So I personally can't imagine, but I know that they need a lot of prayers to get them through that. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Well, I want to give a shout out to Dietz and Doug for a completely separate reason. And this one I verified that Dietz was there because he was about knee deep in water. So we had a very bad water break happen due to some cold weather on Waldron Road. And so that Public Works team was out there all day. I'm talking about from 7 a.m. until late at night. Y'all were out there to what, 10 or 11? And so it was about 6 feet down. There was water. There's ice everywhere. And this was when we had the coldest of the cold weather. And I'm not going to name names, Michael Dietz, as to who left their waiters in their other truck. But someone did. And I'm very proud of Mr. Doug, who was there already working on that pothole that was created. But I can tell you, those guys were out there in the very bitter cold. Cones were out. People were trying to get around. God bless him, Justin was just shivering to his core. And then just a few days after that, over at Washtopia, about a 4-foot geyser from another water break. And that team went out there and dealt with that. So very, very, very much our community appreciates you guys and what y'all do. I know y'all aren't front and center like everyone sees police and fire with their flashing lights and their woo-woos, but this community appreciates y'all. And so that is something very much needs to be said. Do want to remind everyone about the father-daughter dance. We will have, I talked to David earlier, for all the kids, lots of Red Bull and Monster drinks. It should be great. Parents will absolutely love it. And, you know, if y'all's two kids would like, we can arrange for some slow dance music.
I'll take, hey, JJ can drink all the Red Bull he wants because he's going home.
We could just get video of Vice Mayor No doing the cha-cha slide. I would appreciate it. So with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission meeting, January 28th, 2025 at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from November 26th, 2024 regular meeting and January 14th, 2025 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion passes. We do not have any public comments this evening. For item number 3, I will be turning it over to the city attorney, Ms. Driver.
Thank you. Happy to open the floor to any nominations for a chairman for this next year.
Nominate Earl Garvin.
Second.
Mr. Garvin, do you accept?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, ma'am. Would you like for me to take over?
Yes, please.
For item number 4, a motion to nominate and elect a vice chairman for a 1-year term.
Motion to nominate Jason Cole as vice chairman.
I have a motion for Mayor Cole. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5, motion to nominate and elect a secretary for a 1-year term.
Nominate Alderman Coates.
We have a motion for Alderman Coates. I will second that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to business. Item number 6, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Carruthers Crossing, Phase 2. Property located off Carruthers Road, requested by SEC Inc., a PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thanks, and real quick, before we get started, I know we had the elections tonight, so I want to make an announcement about the training this Saturday morning at 8 a.m., so it'll be from 8 to 12 for all Planning Commission and Board of Zoning Appeal members, and we'll provide lunch, and it's at 5175 Murfreesboro Road, which is our office. So if you have any questions, just please get with me or Jake. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
So the next item is recommendation to the board for subdivision acceptance at Carruthers Crossing. And this is Phase 2 of Carruthers Crossing. So moving on to the photos of the site, you can see there on the screen some of the existing homes that are currently there at Carruthers Crossing. There's another photo. Homes, and then this shows some of the common area as well. And then this is the plat. Phase 2 is 132 lots, and it appears that there are no staff comments remaining on this item. Is that right, Mr. Lyon?
That's correct.
So that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. With any comments from the board?
Just to confirm, everything's been taken care of?
Everything has been taken care of, yes, sir.
I will make a motion to send a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7. Final plat, Sandhill Villas, 7 residential lots on 0.87 acres requested by Brian McCain. Property located on Sandhill Road, tax map 14, parcel 48, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Sandhill Partners LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request for final plat approval at Sandhill Villas. And Mr. Brian McCain is requesting this tonight on behalf of his client. This plat is approximately 0.87 acres. So it's not too large. You can see it there outlined in blue in the middle of the screen. This is on the north side of Sand Hill Road, and it's just east of the four-way stop there at Sand Hill Road and Dick Buchanan Street. Let me go a little bit closer view here again. It's 0.87 acres, and it does have existing townhomes really on all sides except across the road. So there's a lot of townhome development in this area already. And the zoning, this green color designates R3, which is high-density residential, which of course allows townhomes and apartments. And these are some site photos. Again, the rooftops in the distance are the existing neighboring townhomes. There's one more photo. So now on the screen is the plat, so you can see the arrangement of these 7 lots. And there is a common driveway, so there's more or less 2 ingress egress locations, and then the private drive that'll go across the front of each of these lots. And don't.
This is one of the ones I need to speak to.
Oh, okay. There's one comment under engineering, so I'll turn over to Mr. Lott. Thanks.
Okay. And the comment was a mistake. They actually have addressed the comment, and you'll see in your packet, they did provide the performance bond with three signed estimates, and we concur with it, $16,200.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? If none, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 8, final plat Arbor Ridge, Section 5, 35 lots on 15.85 acres requested by SEC Inc., property located on Waldron Road, tax map 32, part of parcel 4.04, PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Brookfield Holdings, Arbor. Mr. Logan.
So this request is for Arbor Ridge, and this is Section 5, final plat, being requested by SEC. So here in the middle of the screen is the property. And this is 15.8 acres, more or less. This is Waldron Road that it fronts, and then this roof here, the white roof, is Rock Springs Elementary School at the Lake Road intersection. And this is a closer view of the property. So you can see just the bottom left corner, the parking lot for the elementary school, and then the curve there in Lake Road, or excuse me, in Waldron Road. And this zoning is planned density residential. And then, of course, this development is